Звоню.
The already familiar cold touch of plastic welcomes you as you pick up the handset. Your fingers run over the dial pad. 005. That's the dialing code for Revachol. 4952, and a moment of hesitation before entering the final numbers. 993. Calling.
Не перевели. Punch, clock, payphone.
Calling. Still calling.
Video Revachol, 24-hour video rental. We rent 8 and 10mm film for home use. This is Lamy. How may I help you?
The voice of a youngster on the other end sounds as enthusiastic as that of a man walking towards the gallows.
Gallows. Youngster.
Video Revachol is a 24-hour video rental. We rent 8 and 10mm film for home use. This is Lamy.
Нет, я имела в виду, что это место значит для меня. Ты меня знаешь? Ты меня знаешь?
No.
Коротко и ясно.
Sir, I don't know. It's a video rental. Maybe you rent videos here.
Определенные кассеты.
Maybe you called to extend your rental period? Do you need to extend your rental period? If you need any further assistance, you can visit us on the corner of Voyager and Main. I can't help you over the phone. Are we done?
Наверное.
He thinks you're pulling a prank on him. On the corner of Voyager and Main, a large neon sign hangs on the side of a building. Video Revachol, 24 hours. It's raining and there is almost no traffic on the street. A woman's footprints in the mud lead away from the front door.
Вот у меня 11. 11 это чего? Так, если все сложить, вроде не похоже. Если 5, 4 и 5 сложить, то это тоже не 11. Как они это высчитывают? Непонятно.
Tiny heels tiptoeing down the road. Beautiful steps, light-footed with a lifetime ahead of them. You look up and the air seems to grow darker.
Если так сложить, так 12, тоже не 11.
Suddenly you feel like you don't want to hear about video rentals anymore. You don't want to hear about any of it. It was all shit. It's over. It.
Что?
That's enough for you today. Let's conclude this call.
Кем мне жаль этот круглосуточный прокат фильмов в Ревашоле. Больше тут ничего не происходит. Ну ладно, получается вниз. Множество пустых бутылок из-под красного командора и Ильзнер крепкая. Сигаретные бычки, здесь 3 пачки, не меньше. Бутылочка. Чем ты занимаешься, Гарри? Вроде все.
This is the night watchman's booth. The name on the door reads René Arnaud.
If you must. But please hurry. We are pretty easy to...
Nothing incriminating catches your eye. It's a black and white photo of a young couple out in a street fair. The man, René, is dressed in a Royal Carabinier uniform. The girl is young and very pretty. She is smiling playfully. René looks like he's about to smile. This photo must be tied to some good memories.
Why did you take that picture of René?
Не хочу спросить его о снимке.
You're really interested in that old soldier. Not sure I understand your fascination, but sure. As long as it doesn't take up a whole lot of time.
Не хочу все исследовать.
This is the night.
Вроде больше ничего нет. Так, интересно, мысль моя пропала? Нет, не пропала. Блин.
Numerous empty wine bottles glisten in the rain. Someone partied really, really hard here. Well, they went through 6 bottles of potent pill.
Well, yes, I think we can say with relative confidence that it was you.
Это весьма печально, видимо, мне было очень плохо. Я все еще не до конца уверен, что это моих рук дело. Да, видимо, все-таки наших.
Yes, this scene isn't exactly ripping with joy.
The front of this quarterly journal features a large satirical portrait of the late King Friesel. From the sides of his head, a pair of white antlers spread to the corners of the cover.
Время идет.
Because Friesel was incompetent, foolish, and cruel. In short, the embodiment of everything the communards wished to overthrow. It's satire, you see. To your disappointment, there aren't any full-color pictures to direct your attention. Just column after column of closely set text, interrupted occasionally by little doodles in black and white.
Occasionally.
After rifling the pages with your thumb several times, you return to the table of contents. The magazine is divided into several sections. International development, Kunst und Kultur, and local concerns. Just inside the cover, there's also an editor's note. Comrade, as you know, this journal takes its name from Mazov's immortal expression, du cristal à la fumée. This was his way of describing the way the rigid, crystalline structures of capitalist ideology turn to smoke under communism. But, like the structures of capitalist ideology, we too are at risk of going à la fumée, Unlike many publications which are content to spoon-feed their readers reassuring drivel, La Fume is committed to telling the radical truth, even when that truth may drive away potential subscribers. So please, if you value our radical Mazovian perspective on contemporary politics, culture, and international affairs, please consider subscribing today. Yours in struggle, the editors.
Ким, кажется, это коммунистический журнал.
What do you expect? It was laying around the office of the Debarders Union. They're probably bankrolling the thing.
You flip back to the front of the magazine. The table of contents unfolds before you. This section includes a long, tedious critique of the latest round of free trade negotiations between the EPIS nations and the Free State of Semenine. You also skip over an article about heavy fuel oil smuggling along the Messina border, something about bear wrestling in Samara, book riots in Yugograd. Face it, you really aren't interested in foreign affairs. You're not even sure where most of these countries are.
Ну да.
You flip back to the front of the magazine. The table of contents unfolds before you.
Ну, кунст — это искусство по-немецки, а культура вроде как у всех плюс-минус
It takes a
одинаково
moment,
звучит.
but gradually it dawns on you that Kunst und Kultur must mean arts and culture. As you leaf through this section, you come across several reviews of recent radio plays, as well as a brief artist spotlight featuring a local artist identified only as CS. The main feature, though, is a long essay titled Tip Top Tournée, a critical Mazovian perspective. This so-called artist spotlight is really just a brief Q&A, made all the briefer by the subject's evident hostility to her interviewer.
Hostility. Briefer. Interviewer. Evident.
That certainly sounds like a certain delinquent youth who likes to harass you from her balcony.
Сидни, а как ее фамилия? Не помню.
The actual article is surprisingly light on details, but after skimming a page or two, you gather that it has something to do with motor carriage racing. If you don't follow it, you only ever hear about the ludicrous sponsorships and obscene death toll. You think you're settling in for a relaxing recap of the most recent season, maybe sprinkled with some nice anecdotes about a few of the more colorful drivers. Instead, you find yourself skimming a 10,000-word feature about all the politically problematic aspects of Tip Top Tournée. Where to even start? For one, there's the crass commercialism of its sponsorships, and then there's the practically criminal emphasis on deadly motor crashes. Oddly enough, this article has two bylines, Nasteb Encolada Bernal and Exilus Buka. Under capitalism, the article says, every pursuit has its price. Every pleasure, even one as elemental as the joy of racing others around a track, is reduced to an advertising opportunity.
Advertising opportunity.
Thus, the so-called tournée becomes a competition between increasingly meaningless brand signifiers. Your discount laundry detergent racing against a pack of Astra cigarettes, or even a fritter. And that precisely is what's problematic about it. Were it not for the promise of random, spectacular violence, audiences would quickly lose interest. At the end of the day, it's the destruction of these 750,000 real races that you're really watching for. Sure, you think that, but this flimsy magazine is right. Deep down, you know the only true stakes are life and glory, or death by fiery dismemberment. That's because you haven't been reading critically. But don't worry. The whole point of these sorts of articles is to let someone else read critically for you.
Так. Кима, ты не знал, что тип-топ турне на самом деле разнузданный ритуал капиталистического разрушения. Я вот понятия не имел. Ким, в этой статье говорится, говорится, что никто на самом деле не смотрит тип-топ турне ради гонок. На самом деле оба варианта справедливы.
Ah, come on. Can this article read your mind?
Нет, наверное.
Well, there you have it. No reason to get hung up on the pretentious ramblings of a few young men. If I had to wager, I'd say they've never even seen the inside of a motor, much less a motor race. I take whatever they write with a large grain of salt.
You flip back to the front of the magazine. The table of contents unfolds. Unsurprisingly, much of this section is taken up with articles declaring unqualified support for the dock workers' strike. You skim the headlines. Paint the harbour red and white. Martinez tames the wild pines. A city in revolt. First we take Martinez, then we take La Delta. Finally, there's a brief article by the writer, G. Martin, accusing the owner of the Capeside apartments of illegally attempting to evict certain communist tenants simply for not having paid their rent.
Четвертый хороший вариант. Четвертый и второй.
According to these editorials, there can be no accommodation with the forces of international capital or their mucilaginous allies in the coalition. Why do communists love puerile insults? And they wonder why they're always being left out in the cold. You flip back to the front of the magazine. The table of contents unfolds before you. Unsurprised, you skim. Finally, there's a brief article. According, it goes on. You flip back to the front of the magazine. The table of...
Ну, я прочитала. Так, пускай это сюда будет, книжки будут, нет, даже вот так. Угу.
The note is written with a blue pencil on a...
Что у меня место забивается уже. Есть вроде как. На контейнере нарисованы белые сосны, как будто заснеженный лес. Выглядит как будто грязь какая-то. Конечно, после того, как объяснили, теперь это похоже на сосны. Но не раньше. Мне нужно как-то ключ найти. И желательно до того, как все у меня закончится. Ну сюда не залезть никак. А туда он не идет, что ли? Что за вопросики? Ага. Угу. Масло. На верфи царит необыкновенная тишина, огромные машины спят. Как мне вернуться? Гвоздитель. Громкоговоритель не издает ни звука. Сейчас расположенные ниже верфи и работы не ведутся. Из раскинувшейся перед тобой пропасти исходит мускусный запах топлива и чего-то там еще не успел дочитать. А, понятно, сейчас. Оп. Сумрак. Сумрак, по-моему, за паранойю отвечает. Угу, да. Страх и паранойя. Термос промышленных размеров пахнет горелым кофе. Баннер растянулся под весом дождевой воды и снега, белые волны на красном. Интересно, он с нами поговорит.
Container, container, I'll turn you nice and red. Container, container, put the logos on.
The accent is so thick, it's impossible not to notice he's Ubi, from the vanishing peninsula of Ubisund on Muindi.
Container, container, used to be Wild Pines. Container, container, now belongs to Evrar.
Он еще Рард. А, написали такой Рар. Чудушный мужичок так увлечен работой, что не замечает тебя. Привет.
Evrard, 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 he looks after everyone. Huh? Well, hey there. How can I help you, mister?
Hello.
The look in his deep blue eyes is as sincere as you've ever seen. Kind of makes you feel like an arsehole for no apparent reason.
I see you are not a union man, mister. Did you get lost? You're not one of them scabs, are you? I mean, I don't personally mind. Folks is just folks, you know, and folks gotta eat.
Он не ждет твоего ответа.
Just some of the other guys don't look too kindly on the scabbing kind, if you know what I mean, mister.
Ты Уби, верно?
Oh yes, born and raised in Irish, mister. Mum had to leave my dad after he got a bit violent. Took us here to the new world. I was about 10 then. Too old to lose my accent then. People say us Ubis are up to all sorts of trouble with sheep and other animals and whatnot. I just want you to know there was never any of that where I come from. No, sir. Those are just nasty rumors.
Thank you for clarifying that, sir.
Oh, I'm just making some covers for them containers here. Yes, I am.
Красная
Yes, I
проверка,
am.
блин, она не
So it's easier for the
сохранилась.
crane operators to spot them. Sure, mister. About what? Oh, I'm just making some... Sure, mister. About what? Oh, most of the guys are down at the gates, keeping the scabs from coming in. We're on a strike. The whole union is. You don't have to work when you're on strike. Ha! We haven't worked for 2 months now.
So no one is working?
Что вы едите?
Not everyone is down there, of course. Mr. Evrard is in his office, where he always is. And Jean-Luc is guarding the gate.
Жан-Люк, это, видимо, головомер.
But Titus and his boys got into some drunken trouble and Evrard sent them on a nice vacation. For a week or so.
Он замолкает, но по его виду ясно, что он хочет поделиться подробностями.
Oh, I'm not really supposed to talk about that. That's union business.
Он улыбается, наклоняется к тебе.
Him and his boys stirred up something in town. Probably drank too much and got into a fight or something. I heard Mr. Evrard telling him to take some time off.
Don't go all bad cop on this simple, friendly fellow.
I guess the boys got a bit too rowdy and had to let out some steam. I don't really know the details. Well, that's just how boys are, you know. I haven't...
Easy, Leo. Let's keep this on the hard ease.
Ладно, Лео, давай послушаем про твою драку. В какую драку они ввязались?
Too late. Leo's mouth is still moving, and the words are spewing forth. Words, words. Now he's talking about some drunk sawmill owner who... No, he already
Oh, most of the... We're on a...
So no...
Not... But Titus and his boys got into some... Oh, him and his...
Don't go all bad cop on this simple, friendly fellow.
I guess the...
Easy, Leo.
I remember, but Mr. Evrard and his brother always came to help. Once they beat old Noel Becker so bad he needed stitches on his head. Noel, Mr. Evrard and Mr. Edgar are real nice guys, mister. You should go talk to Mr. Evrard. I'm sure...
You're never getting anything useful out of him. It's good enough you found out Everard has a brother called Edgar, and he helped Leo.
Yes, yes. Everybody needs a job, and this is mine. I'm Leonard, by the way. Leonard Bellick. But everyone calls me Leo. I'm like Mr. Everett's right-hand man when Mr. Edgar is out of town, and Mr. Edgar's right-hand man when Mr. Evrard is away. Actually, Miss Beaufort is the right-hand man, but she's a lady.
Who is this, Miss Beaufort?
A real pretty lady with a skin like those Douai Sucre candy bars my missus likes so much. Them are real nice to suckle on once the dinner is done and me and the missus sit down beside the radio. But I can't listen to the radio all the time. There's so much to do around here and I'm always busy keeping things running here. Yes I am, yes I am.
Stay on this Miss Beaufort topic.
Oh, Lizzie, she is a real sharp tool. Mr. Evrard put her through some fancy school and everything, east of the river. 4 years she was gone, and when she came back, she was all fancy and lawyerly.
Лизи, может быть, это садовница?
But she's a real nice girl. Grew up in this here neighborhood, knows everybody and gets along with everyone. Real...
For a fraction of a second, there's sadness.
If me missus and me was to have a child, I'd be real happy if she turned out like her. But she can't have kids. Dr. Lemaitre said so, and she knows about such things. Been a doctor for almost 50 years, she has.
Law school? Could she be talking about the union fixer, aka the gardener?
Looks like it.
I'm not sure what a fixer is, but she is a real nice girl. Smart as a whip, too. Yes, I'm like Mr. Evrard. Actually, Miss...
Who is...
A real... but I can't...
Stay on this Miss Beaufort topic.
Yes, this place...
Well, thanks a lot. Sometimes I feel some of the guys don't really get how much I bust my ass for them here.
The white rectangle on your clothes might not mean an awful lot in Martinez, but the recognition from an authority figure made Leo's day.
Yes, I'm like... Actually...
Who is...
A real... but I can't...
Stay on this Miss... You see disdain in the lieutenant's dark eyes when they meet you.
Oh, mister. I do a lot more than that.
He really takes great pride in being in Everard's good graces.
Oh, yes. I leave all kinds of notes for myself. That old head of mine ain't so good at keeping things in no more. I almost forgot about the borscht.
Что там про борщ?
Oh, yes. I've been taking special whirling borscht to the men every day since the strike started. It's very, very good. Makes a man feel so warm and happy. I feel like I could take on Mr. Renadan's boar dogs every time the lunch is done.
Деньги-то откуда? 2 месяца люди кушают борщ. Я вот за 20 реалов поспать не могу, они каждый месяц борщ. Все из забастовки кушают.
Power borscht, huh? Never heard of a borscht that turns little guys into dogfighters. Alcohol, however.
Yes. I'm taking it to them. The borscht keeps them happy and in fighting spirits. Makes you all warm inside. They brew it in the whirling in rags.
То есть, если прекратить борщ, забастовщики начнут расстраиваться сильно, как вариант.
Oh, the whirling's cook. He makes it. Them is always talking with Mr. Manana in that weird language and laughing together. He doesn't speak what we speak. He's from Grad.
Вернее, похоже, в этот борщ что-то добавляют. Я выясню, в чем дело. Как вариант.
Oh, sure, mister. Sure. You do that. Yes, sir.
He didn't actually understand what you meant, and now he's just nodding along.
Oh, that one. That should be empty as far as I know. Lots of containers here have nothing in them. They're just waiting to be loaded up.
Я разыскиваю председателя профсоюза докеров.
Oh, you want Mr. Evrard then? He's an awfully nice fellow, he is. Him and his brother are both nice fellows. They've lived their entire lives in this here neighborhood. Guys like Mr. Evrard and Mr. Edgar, his brother, are real good guys. Made Martinez what it is today. Mr. Evrard and Mr. Edgar and I went to the same school, we did, when we were boys.
Особый борщ.
Patience. Deep down you have the mental power to keep listening. Not many would, but you do.
Had an arithmetics teacher, Miss Bellows. Her real name was Miss Bellams. She was a real pretty lady, but when she got mad... All the boys liked her, if you know what I mean, mister. We used to sneak in her yard in the dark and peek through the window. One time we saw Miss Bellows with a fellow. Yes, we did, mister.
Ничего не
Ken was
говорит.
naked too. That's all I got to say about that.
Очень интересно. Спасибо, что все мне рассказал.
Thank you. Almost forgot. Mr. Evrard is in that container over there. I got distracted telling the story, but he's in there.
Что? В контейнере, который должен быть пустым? Или это другой контейнер? Ладно, я пойду.
Bye now.
ББ. Сейчас я сохранюсь и попробую штучку.
Oh, hey, mister. I knew you'd be back to talk with old Leo here. Yes, I did. It's like Lady Larice said when she opened a bathhouse in the basement of my apartment building. They can only get so far before... No trouble at all, mister. No trouble at all. Oh, I'm just making some covers for them containers here. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. So it's easier for...
Everything it
Ладно, пробуем еще раз.
Oh, hey, mister. Sure, mister. Absolutely. I'm always willing to... Oh, I'm just making some covers for them.
The containers in the
Как
yard are
обычно.
green in Wild Pine's livery, and the mountains
Я не хотела этого, хотела, чтобы он дальше рассказывал истории.
Oh, hey, mister. I knew you'd be back. No trouble at all. Oh, I'm just making some covers for them containers.
The containers in the yard are green in Wild Pine's livery, and the mountains rising behind Leo is all red in Union colors. It's like some red infection was spreading outwards from the container. There appear to be cisterns underneath the Union container covers.
No, not really. Mr. Evrard doesn't tell me all the big things. Says I go and tell them to everyone. Oh, I don't know, mister. They say it's some chemicals. Most of them have labels on them, I think.
Yes, they are hiding it from the inside. All the red containers have the Debarders Union logo on them.
Oh, no trouble at all, mister. No trouble at all.
Окей, все понятно. Все понятненько. Так, я хоть что-нибудь заработала? Ничего. Что тут? Ничего. Надеюсь, нам хоть дадут потом ключ-карту. Тут печатает кто-то. Ого, какой большой человек. Наверное, не пустит меня никуда дальше. И сюда не пройти.
Before you is a walrus of a man seated behind a large desk. He looks up from his work, not the least bit surprised to see you. With great effort, he straightens himself up in his chair, yet says nothing. He simply stares at you.
Дарит деска.
A typical power play.
Эврар,
Wait for him to
Клэр.
speak first. Show him you've got a backbone. The one good eye of this man fills you up without even flickering. The other, his lazy eye, is constantly moving like a goldfish in a tank, grotesquely magnified by his +6 glasses. For a moment, you don't know where to look. It is unbearably humid in the trailer. Beads of sweat slide down the man's forehead.
Продолжай смотреть.
At first, nothing happens. His face wears a wide and self-satisfied smile. Every now and then, he smacks his big lips. Like a general over his maps, he plots his moves. Judging by the way he's licking his chops, it's going to be a good one.
So... Mr. Dubois, Mr. Kitsuragi, how nice that you found a
Dubois.
moment to pay a visit
Oh.
to the Debardairs Union. I'm Evrard Clare, head of this little operation here.
Меня зовут Гэри Дебюа. Потрясающе. Вот мы и выяснили, кто мы.
Please, have a seat.
А куда присаживаться? Стул-то один.
The folding chair looks like a torture device. Extremely uncomfortable.
You go ahead, detective.
Чем мы сюда вообще пошли?
Whatever he has in store for you, it can't be good, he thinks. I'll do my best. Forget about that. What's with this Dubois stuff? You're getting some seriously bad vibes from that name.
Почему вы называете меня господин Дюбуа?
Please, Mr. Dubois, let us converse in a civilized manner, as equals. Take a seat. I insist.
Да
It's
я...
nothing. Yes, that's probably right. It's nothing. He's trying to throw you off your game with this Dubois nonsense. Don't give him the pleasure.
Я никогда не сажусь, это не в моем стиле присесть. Даже не знаю.
Very well, Mr. Dubois. I respect a man with strong convictions.
Он кивает, и его многочисленные подбородки колышутся, будто океанские волны.
I, too, have convictions. One of which is that I will not engage with any man who won't face me at eye level.
Понятно, за упорство нас еще и накажет каким-нибудь минусом в диалоге.
Should you find yourself more amenable in the future, I'd gladly resume our conversation. But until then, I'm afraid I must ask you to leave.
Don't give up, but don't leave either. You're going to have this conversation on your terms. You just need to remain headstrong.
Headstrong. Headstrong — это сила воли. Понятно. Остаться стоять.
Эврар starts whistling a little worker song. He really is trying to ignore you, or will you out of existence. The lieutenant stands right next to you, not showing any signs.
I see you are an extremely stubborn man, Mr. Dubois. That ain't necessarily a bad thing.
You did it. This might help against whatever comes next.
Или нет. Так, мне нужно еще. Не хватает, да?
So tell me, how can the head of the Debardairs Union help a representative of the Revachol Citizens Militia today? Oh, by the way, I heard you got a rather rude reception from a certain Lawrence Gart. Some people have no manners, it pains me to say. This should take care of that nonsense. It should be sufficient to cover your expenses for a few days and patch over your differences with the cafeteria manager. Go ahead, take it.
Вот кого-кого, у него точно денег брать не хочется. Он еще весь в желтое такой одет. То есть вообще супер цвет денег. Все у него желто-золото-красное.
Wow, that's 25 real. That's good money. You need it.
25 реалов. Я бутылки, собирая 10, набрала от чел. Ты хочешь купить меня за 25? Спасибо такой. Взять до смешного огромный чек. Да-да. Угу. Грубить не обязательно. Так вы знаете Гарта.
Yes, I know Lawrence. He's a real character. No union man in him. A real piece of work, that boy is.
То есть с убеждениями, да, тоже. Несговорчивый, неподатливый и не подходит под ваши стандарты. Мне Мне это не нужно, оставьте себе. Мне вообще-то нужно, но я не понимаю, почему у меня диалог не появляется у этой женщины.
Okay, okay. I respect a man with principles. No handouts then.
Он скрещивает руки на своем толстом животе и еще глубже проваливается в кресло.
Now, I'd like to set your mind at ease about one other matter. Your lost gun. Let me assure you, Union people are on it as we speak. I've got my best hounds looking for that lost gun.
Почему вообще он так нам помогает? Что ему от нас нужно?
His slug-like lips move, but all you hear is an echo. Lost gun, lost gun, lost gun. The world is swallowed by a black hole of fear.
Хорошо, что мне все равно.
Only two words escape
Вот
its
со здоровьем
gravitational
проблемы.
pull.
Что там качать надо? Стойкость. Стойкость, по-моему, на хпшку влияет. Метаболизм, он улучшает ваше здоровье. Здоровье, вот стойкость надо качать. Стойкость. Я не волнуюсь, все схвачено. Я буду благодарен за любую оказанную помощь. Откуда вам известно о моем пропавшем пистолете? Тоже вариант.
I know everything, Harry. Right now, I know that you're worried. Don't be worried. Everything's going to be all right. It's not like you left it loaded. You didn't lose a loaded gun. Local children aren't out there playing with it right now, pointing it into their own mouths.
Если сейчас не
It's
получится...
in a safe place. I just know it. I have a feeling everything's going to be all right.
Придется загружаться.
God, you're sweating.
Черт. Боже, ну давай, по-быстрому.
Before you is a walrus of a man seated behind a large desk. He looks up with great atypical power play. Wait for him to speak first. Show him the one good grotesquely. For a moment, you don't know where to look. It is, at first, like a general...
Sir, Mr. Dubois, please.
The folding...
You go ahead.
Whatever, forget about that. What's with this Dubois?
Please, Miss...
It's nothing. He's trying to throw you off your game with this Dubois nonsense.
Very well, I too. Should you find...
Don't give up, but don't leave either. Evrard starts whistling a little worker song. The lieutenant...
I see.
You did it.
So tell me, by the... it should be
Wow, that's 25...
Yes, I know, Lawrence. He's a real character. No Union man in him. A real... Okay. Now...
The world is swallowed by a black hole.
I know. It's not like you left it loaded. You didn't lose a loaded gun. Local children aren't out there playing with it right.
Who does this guy think you are? Ronnie the rookie? You ain't worried about no lost gun or unpaid bill.
Надо
or
срочно выйти и
forgotten name.
сохраниться.
You're the bad cop. You're probably more corrupt than him.
Где что? Это мой повод для гордости. Расслабься, выдохни, устройся поудобнее.
Fuck yes. You're part of the old guard, the ancient guard, the most corrupt, unholy cops in the land. Chill out like the black dragon you are.
Какой-то черный дракон.
Summon a smile on your face, a big shit-eating grin like his. You cross your legs and yawn. The fat man does the same, sinking deeper into his chair than one would think is physically possible. He seems to be enjoying your little display.
Главное, ты складываешь ногу на ногу и зеваешь. Я стою.
Good. Now lean in with some corruption.
Послушайте, Эврар, приятель, мы с вами знаем, как устроен этот мир, да?
That we do, Harry. Let them say what they will about you and me. We're both born fighters.
Кстати, отличная выдумка со стулом. Прекрасный способ не дать своим гостям расслабиться. И этот Бейт достроен тронут. Странный выбор. Третий бы не помешал. Второй.
Why? Thank you. It's always nice when a fellow professional appreciates your work.
That's it. Now kick back and add a final flourish
Еще и последний.
for dignity.
Как? Благодарю за гостеприимство. Можете навестить меня в участке в любое время. В каком участке? Это логово Вюрма, и мы оба знаем, зачем я здесь, что такое Вюрм, чтобы помочь пополнением запасов. И я не прогнил, я просто рассуждаю разумно. Такой нахальный первый вариант. Второе, понять, что Worm это как бы какой-то злодей. Там перевели. Worm Lair. Ну да. И мы оба знаем, чтобы помочь с пополнением запасов, видимо, котиков. Но я не прогнил, я просто рассуждаю разумно. I'm not saying I'm corrupt. Хорошо, что есть английский. I'm rational. Hospitality мне нравится. Feel free to visit me down at the station anytime. We both know I'm here to help grow your hoard. Hoard? Какая-то чего-то непонятного. Первое. Это дерзко будет, он нам накидает явно после этого великолепного диалога. Ну, пускай.
You strike me as a reasonable man, Harry. I like that in a law man. Let's cut to the chase, shall we? What can Everard Clare do for you?
Да у меня дверь закрылась, я просто пру напрямую. Мне нужно выйти, там электронный замок, а создание спрыгнуть не могу.
I think we'd like to ask you a few questions. Don't you think so, detective?
Yes, I want to ask some questions. Похоже, лейтенант сыт происходящим по горлу.
Questions will show him.
Эврар, сейчас мне нужно идти, но, возможно, мы еще продолжим разговор. Да, дайте сохраниться.
You need this to get in and out through the gate.
О, спасибо, чел, это то, что мне нужно. Я как раз думал, как отсюда отлично, не хотелось бы здесь застрять. Да, первое, правда.
Here, you're one of us now. A real red and white union man. Take care, Harry.
Как это вообще произошло?
Caustic echo. Splat. Splatity splat, Harry. You know what that means? It means the shit has fallen off the stick and it's bad again. You lost something and it's not your gun. It's not your badge. It's not your uniform. You can find all of those things. No, the charred echo was left by the one thing you will never find again. Not even if you dive into the sea in search of it. It's the love of your life, Harry. The scent is everywhere. The sound is in everything. The alarm goes off at 3.
Ну, видимо, принять. Бонусы? Ого. Авторитет. Ну, ладно. 300 опыта. Почти 4. Угу. Так, ну одни 100% сюда. Так, с этим мы еще подумаем. Так, сохранить. Надо вернуться сейчас.
Mr. DeWa, a pleasure.
Oh, I bet he's still fuming internally due to your no-sitting escapades. He doesn't like to lose a battle of will.
Ты дважды проиграл. пытался меня принудить, второе купить. Ну и, видимо, рассчитывает на какую-то работу на него. Я расследую ваше подозрительное варево, как бы это норма. Хочу получить повещение. Повышение, видимо. Что это? 5. Hanging. Повешение, видимо. Повешение. Давайте поговорим о моем пропавшем пистолете. Не хотите спросить, как я здесь оказался?
Of course. Let us dispatch with the formalities. You call me Evrard, I call you Harry. My God, so it's true. I didn't want to believe it, but you are a fantastic science fiction amnesiac cop, aren't you? What are the odds of that?
I think the odds of that are very low.
Я просто вас проверял, но, видимо, не прокатит.
I assure you, there's nothing to be ashamed of, Harry. You're among friends, and the good news is... I have a big fat folder on you, Harry. I'm sure you have a lot of questions to ask. Maybe I can help you out.
Кошмар еще и делал, на меня собирал.
Don't trust him. For all you know, Dubois might be his name. You need to confirm this.
Да, в принципе, все равно надо что-то подтвердить.
I'm sure you had some concerns you thought I might be able to address. And you were probably right. I can.
Он делает паузу и опускает взгляд на лежащую на столе коричневую папку.
It's just a brown folder. You can't make out what's written on it.
Are you trying to tell me you've gotten hold of some of our documents?
Лейтенант смотрит на Эврара поверх очков.
Mr. Kitsuragi, would you mind? Me and Harry are talking about his lost identity right now.
Asking too many questions will make you look weak. You should maybe focus on the folder.
Уже читал документы в папках. Это, видимо, те, которые в документе. Внесем мое полное имя. Вы знаете что-нибудь о моей семье? Что там сказано о том, какой... Откуда?
Ah, this? My friends in your organization gave it to me, Harry.
Друзья?
I find that very suspicious. May I have a look?
I'm afraid this is meant for Union eyes only, Mr. Kitsuragi. I'm sure you understand. Please continue, Harry. Well, Harry, if I were to sum you up in one word, it would be apologetic.
Apologetic, видимо, я очень много извиняюсь. Прошу прощения, что я не оправдываюсь, я уверен в себе.
Well, you sure come off as very confident in all our interactions, Harry. You're a real man's man.
Ким что-то подозревает. Стало повеселее. Это красное. Сейчас надо будет еще раз сохраниться.
Family? Harry, you're not a family man. There's not one peep of family in here. Unless you think you're a family man. Do you strike yourself as a family man, Harry?
Думаю, да, мне кажется, я был прекрасным отцом. Ну вот о мелком мы беспокоимся, который там пытается себя уничтожить со скоростью света.
Well, yes. I'm sure you're going to make one little boy or a girl very happy and proud one day, Harry. It's Harry. Harry Dubois.
You feel like a Dubois, but you don't feel like a Harry. Strange.
Sure, okay. You're Harold. Harmon. Haroldamus. But that's not what the record says. The record says Harry Dubois. A real man's name. Mr. Kitsuragi doesn't seem even slightly empathetic to your memory loss, Harry. I, however, wish to help you any way I can.
Боже, как же он пыжится, чтобы нас заманить на свою сторону. Поговорим немного о другом.
Of course, Harry, of course. Let's not linger on personal details and amnesia. You wanted something. See you soon.
Уже 6 часов. Так, надо выяснить, что нам нужно. Осталось 6. И кого нам надо прокачать? Сейчас будет драма. Драма, мне надо одеться. Драма будет повыше. Драма будет 2. Не факт, что мне этого хватит. Авторитет, внушение. Мы столько бежали до него.
Mr. Dubois, a pleasure as always. Am I going to ask? Hell, Harry! You spin-kicked my strongest man in the face. I saw it from my window. Would you ask a man like that how he got into your container yard?
Понимаю, я несу еще ужас машины для убийств. Я даже не знаю, как мне это удалось. Здесь нет окна. Здесь нет
окна. It was a figure of speech, Harry. Of course I don't have a window. I'm in a container. Anyway, I assure you, I am a very well-informed man. Information reaches me before I even get the chance to request it. Yes, your gun will be found, Harry. Let me assure you of that. It's just a matter of time and effort.
В каком-нибудь не самом удачном для меня месте и обстоятельствах. Понятно.
The only way to find it seems to be working with him. He might even be holding your gun hostage.
Так, а риторика у меня проблем. Наверное, надо было риторику, но она у меня не прокачана. Как бы мне это вот прокачать?
Who knows? Only one thing is certain. If you work with him, you're going to get it back. And working with him might be the only way to do it.
Даже подсказывать ему, что ли? Я не поддамся на этот пистолетный шантаж. Эти, конечно, варианты. Очень хочется спросить, просто интересно, что он скажет.
Yes. Thank you for the hot tip regarding your lost gun, Harry. My men have indeed factored in that you pawned it. Now, please, let the professionals do their job. Kick back, Harry, relax. I have great guys on this. You focus on what's important, building our relationship for the good of Martinez.
It did not come as a surprise to him. He might actually not be bullshitting.
Damn it, Harry. That's exactly what it means. I'm only kidding, of course.
He is not.
Of course.
Of course.
Yes, yes. What's that, Harry? You're getting a little pale. Is it the words paranoid schizophrenic and lost gun in one sentence? Don't worry, it's just a lead. It'll probably turn out to be nothing. Let's hear it, Harry.
Drama test.
As you look at the folder, Evrard covers it with his hand and pets it. He's hiding it from you because it's not a real RCM folder. It's just another one of those brown folders you saw in the file cabinet.
Okay, Harry, you got me. This is from the Census Bureau, not the RCM. Those Census Bureau people are absolutely corrupt. You should do something about them.
He got the name from the Census Bureau, and everything else from your actions here in Martinez.
Yes, Mr. Kitsuragi from the Census Bureau. Like I said, now I'm actually a very busy man, so is there anything else I can do for you, Harry?
That means he doesn't really know anything about you. A pity. The mystery of you will have to remain a mystery for the time being.
Так, бюро переписки населения утверждает, что мое имя Гарри Дюбуа.
Yes, that's what I said. Try to keep up, okay? Let's move on.
Хорошо, будем сохраняться через каждые 3 секунды. Надо переодеться в нормальные. У меня еще один навык появился. А куда его? В риторику. А в риторику уже нельзя. Угу. В логику. В энциклопедию. Мне бы технику прокачивать для того сейфа и самообладания. Концептуализацию. Может, еще мысли открыть? Пока ничего не открыто. Самообладание. Пускай будет так.
Hear that? Magnesium. That's what you're lacking. The lack of magnesium has you slouched. The magnesium levels in your blood are dangerously low. It's about the low magnesium levels and not the high alcohol levels. Yes, and it's critical. Look at yourself. You're practically... You need to get so magged up. You've probably had 2... Yes, if you want to live, you need to. Just remember, it's not the alcohol, and it's certainly not the dextroamphetamine, nor smoke.
Какие-то мысли магниевой формы жизни. Такого у меня здесь нет. Хорошо. Что переборы есть на высоких уровнях, заставляет вас подобрать пузы, глядеть молодцом, даже когда вы лежите ночью в кровати один-денешник. Расслабиться у вас не получится. Однако с низким самообладанием сломать вас будет проще простого. Для каждого копа наступает момент, когда весь его страх и гнев начинает проситься наружу. Хорошо. Так, видимо, самообладание больше не качаем. Все остальное вот восприятие надо. Наверное, визуальный анализ и вот это. Это надо качать. Как поднять энциклопедию? Непонятно.
Mr. Dubois, a pleasure as always. Oh, of course. That's your main thing here. That's why you're in Martinez. I know everything that goes on around here, and I would love to help, like I'm helping you with your lost gun. I mean, it's no secret that the lynching is connected to the strike. So much to talk about. Honestly, it's been weighing on me so heavily. I understand you need to interview me. But there's a thing that's been keeping me up at night. I want to talk about the hanging. I mean, if we could just calmly talk, exchange information, we could blow this thing wide open.
Yes, that sounds good. Let's do that.
But I can't think straight with this thing weighing on me. You're police officers, aren't you? I have a crazy idea. You guys are basically door-opening machines. Incredibly talented at opening doors.
I'm not sure I understand. If you're asking us to break down someone's door, it's not going to happen.
Come now. I just need you to go open a little door for me and leave it unlocked. A simple thing. Absolutely nothing shady about it.
Does this jiggling ooze think he's going to use you? He's got another thing coming. Play his game, son, with your eyes peeled. He's going to slip up, and when he does, you're going to come out on top.
Почему бы вам самому не открыть эту дверь? И чья это дверь? Почему бы?
Harry, I'm a very busy man,
Да
and
что
more
ты?
importantly, I don't have that extraordinary physique you do. You look like you could run around all day.
Я боевой пенсионер.
You want to send someone a message that the police are working for you.
Это больше похоже на правду.
I repeat, I'm a very, very busy man,
Да
Mr.
что
Kitsuragi,
ты?
and therefore I
Что
must
ты?
occasionally enlist outside help. So what will it be, Harry?
И чья это дверь?
Oh, no one's. It's just a weasel. A weasel lives there. Nothing for you to worry about.
Любителя постучать. Что вы имеете в
A
виду?
loud blabbering weasel. When weasels feel no one is watching, they start acting foolishly.
Я внезапно в наемнике превратился.
Just go there, unlock the door, and leave it open. It's been such a burden on me, Harry. I just want this to be over so I can discuss business with you. Harry, my dear friend, I am what people call a local bigwig. I know everything that goes on in Martinez.
Да, но при этом в моем деле, который просто взял из общего архива и кого-то там поспрашивал, все равно про меня 100% ничего не знает. Ну давайте согласимся, все равно интересно, что за квест, можно его не выполнять.
Fantastic, my friend. Just let me know when it's done and you can get the key from Manana. He's down by the gates. Manana's like a free agent in the Union. Special operations. Hardened socialist. A real free thinker too. He'll tell you precisely where the door is. One last thing, Harry. Just open the door. You don't need to go in or anything. I just want that weasel to come home and see the unlocked door.
Кошмар. Каждые 3 секунды сохраняюсь.
Mr. Dubois, a pleasure as always. I don't know what that means, Harry. Shady brew? There are so many moving parts in my operation. You know what? Don't even tell me. Whatever it is, do it. Surprise me. Just one thing. If you can, make it even shadier. Oh, that's very nice. I haven't gotten around to her yet. I'm very, very busy, you see. I hope you're getting along. One thing I want to make very clear, Harry, is that this is not some kind of union versus corporation situation. Everyone is just pals here.
Просто друзья.
We're all trying to do what's best for Martinez. Don't feel like you can't cooperate with her because you and I are such good friends and I'm helping you find your lost gun. I'm not a jealous guy.
Не думайте, что из-за того, что я с вами такие хорошие друзья, я помогаю вам найти пистолет, вы не можете с ней сотрудничать.
Whoa, that's so nice of him. Suspiciously nice.
I'm just a nice guy, Harry. I wouldn't be where I am now if I wasn't nice. Politics is all about emotions, and I want you to have positive emotions when you think of me.
Okay then, positive emotions it is. You like positive emotions.
What do you mean, Harry? Nothing. I let him go.
Во время прошлых переговоров он заставил компанию пойти на уступки. Зачем отпускать такого союзника?
He's an old man, Harry. I wanted him to spend more time with his family. God knows how long he's got left.
Вы назвали его карликом.
Harry, I have little people in my organization. I would never call someone a midget. What is this? Honestly, I'm beginning to think you're a midget, Harry. I'm only kidding, Harry. You're not a midget. No one is. We're pals.
It's
Потрясающе.
hard to say if he really lost his temper, or if this is another one of his tricks. This man almost never angers visibly.
If she actually wants to see me, she will find a way. Any good negotiator would. And I just don't have anything to discuss with a bad negotiator.
He doesn't want to see her. It's as simple as that.
Yes, yes. Low balling, of course. This isn't a casino, Harry. Real people, real livelihoods are at stake here. But everything's a casino for those rich types.
Каких богачей? Ты вполне себе состоятельный. Смотри, сколько у тебя всякого.
His expression makes it clear. This is childish and irresponsible behavior.
Vanished? Harry, the woman left her casserole in the oven and couldn't make it here in time for the voting. Oh, did I leave my casserole on? Better go home and check. The election can wait. When she got back, the whole thing was over.
Какие-то намеки на женщину на кухне пошли. Угу. Или неправильную расстановку приоритетов.
Of course, Harry. Let me just assure you one more time. It's perfectly okay to share anything we discuss here with this Joyce. This is a completely transparent organization. I have no interest in what she is doing, but I myself have nothing to hide. Your business is your business, and I respect your privacy. Just remember, none of this is secret. Tell her about all of it. My brother's picture, my singing swordfish clock. Tell her how overweight I am and how I'm helping you find your lost gun. Tell her about everything. Evrart doesn't mind.
This is weird. Not nice weird, but okay.
Yes, yes. My best... What's that, Harry? Your... what? Harry, how could you say that to me? You know I appreciate a joke as much as any jolly fat guy. but I can't take slander. Are you actually investigating this?
Без комментариев, да. Может, не надо было ему говорить. Или не надо было вообще это обсуждать. Без комментариев. Да?
You've hurt me, Harry. Me, a friend.
С какому
But you know
другу-то?
what? I trust you, like I trust all my friends. And I know you'll never talk to me about this again, because you don't want to wound me. So do what you want, and let's change the subject.
Thank you for your understanding. We will continue to do.
You too, Lieutenant. You know, I like you, but you never were my favorite. I'm a Harry guy.
None taken. Did we have anything else to do here, Harry?
No. Такая ж плохая идея. Может, уже визуальный анализ заработает. Как отсюда выйти?
Mister. I knew you'd be back to talk with... No trouble at all, mister. No trouble at all. It's like that old saying.
Ничего нового. Что это? Что это? Надо сохраниться, сейчас натыкаю.
Arresting control. Marsh. On. With a loud grind, the crane shifts overhead, moving a massive metal container through the air.
То, что надо, происходит? Или нет? Кажется, он падает.
And, with a surprisingly quiet, this crane was built with a purpose, which has now been fulfilled. To move this container. Who can say?
I can't see how that was worth the wreckers, except for seeing the crane in action, which I admit was satisfying.
The crane does not return to its original position. It does not move at all. No screech of metal when you... No screech of... Crane...
Может, надо было выключить, он бы упал. А теперь он не там, где он должен быть.
Before you stands a cargo container.
You do? Because I don't. There are a million containers here. Why are you fixating on this one?
Он был подвешен на кране. Ну, может быть, они просто приостановили работу, и в этот момент он был подвешен.
You just picked one out because we're not here to interact with containers. We are...
No reply. The knock produces a hollow ring of metal. Doesn't sound like this. You attempt to your left. The lieutenant considers your actions with some puzzlement.
Прожил в этом мире 2 дня. Набор 20-гранных костей сирена. Риторика. Риторика 3. Низкий шанс. Невозможно. Убедить дверь открыться. Убедить дверь открыться. Потрясающе. Нет. Пожалуй, что нет. Интересно, а если бы я просто сделала выкол, она бы упала и сломалась. Но если он пустой, тем более.
A rusting marsh. Crane stands tall. Cranes with a loud grind. The crane shifts overhead, moving a massive metal container through the air. With a surprisingly quiet, this crane was built with a purpose, which has now been fulfilled. To move, who can say?
I can't see how that was worth the wreck.
No screech of metal, no screech. Crane does.
Интересно, он проломает вот там дыру, когда упадет? И освободит нам вот это что-то. Как противовес, если он по-прежнему подключен. Вопрос.
Before you stands a cargo container.
You do? There are a million containers here. Why are you fixating on this one? It's a cargo. We are not here to interact with containers. We are here to talk to the Union, right?
No reply. The knock produces a hollow ring. You attempt to turn that to your left. The lieutenant considers your actions with some puzzlement. This is the night watch. The payphone hangs. The file cabinet stands steady. Hundreds, and the same you already went through. Remember, Leo, Everart's shoes. Special whirling borscht. Water Everart's. All items on the list have been drawn.
Здорово. Что такое надеть?
Do not presume this has drastically altered our race dynamique.
Как бог боевых искусств. Я просто должен был это сделать. Бог боевых
True.
искусств.
I said nothing about our personal dynamic. That has altered a little. There is nothing. I cannot possibly imagine what else we have. I am not the hard. Now leave me be.
I think this racist is better than the last. But the next racist will be too. They're all...
Race is reality. Don't be vulgar. White or not has got little to do with this. The race is declared also. To serve is noble. It takes discipline. Of course, above all, rampant multinational finance still reigning large. Stop explaining yourself. No one can. I am not surprised you enjoy it so much. This has happened. We are I am a descendant. No.
He would be appreciative if you did not further chase this line of inquiry in front.
Yes.
Ну, ничего не изменилось, очевидно. Ничего нового.
So, how'd you like our harbor?
Это настоящее трудовое полное дерьмо. Ну, не знаю, там не грязно, вполне себе все работает. Было очень мило, очень мило.
It's but a rest area on the path leading across. Oh, right. You talk to the boss, eye to eye. Like men of the mercenary, eh? Who could have killed him? That's indeed the question. What a thought. Your dead guy was an enemy combatant. He was an agent of... I ain't the murdering type. But that's just...
He means a more violent
Understood. This has been of limited use.
No problem. I wish the best to you in your search. A key, huh? What door is this key supposed to open?
Надеялся, что ты мне расскажешь. Дома какого-то осведомителя, наверное.
Of course. I got you. You don't know anything. I got that key right here. And let me tell you, it's mighty good of you to help us out during the strike. Working class solidarity, as they say.
Я увидел возможность и воспользовался ей, обстряпывая это дельце по-быстрому. Я услышал, что что-то просто качает. Было понятно, что тут речь не про местных птицев. Если ты понимаешь, о чем я. Я открываю эту дверь не для себя, это дело для всего рабочего класса. Потрясающе. На самом деле я этим занимаюсь не из-за политики. Тут, видимо, обыгрывается стукач и вудпекер. Может быть, это какой-то сленг. But weasel. Weasel это кто? Weasel это стукач. Weasel and didn't sound like a local polar weasel. Ну вот. У них это... Weasel это, видимо, дятел. Дятель. Вудпекер это другой, скорее всего. Weasel. Надо записать. Weasel. We are... Weasel. О, weasel.
Polar weasel? Oh. I know what you mean. I'm pretty sure he's actually Occidental, though. So you're gonna be committing fratricide, my racist friend. What you're looking for is a basement door behind the greenhouse. That's behind the whirling in rags. That's all I know.
Okay, but where did you get the key?
The janitor gave it to me. Nice fella. We talked about life and things that really, truly
Ах ты
matter.
уборщик.
None of this mess we're in. This jiving and juggling. What's it for? To feed our children, I guess.
Что мне еще стоит узнать об этом задании, об этом стукаче, когда он будет дома?
I'm more of a philosophical dock worker. I like to talk about the big picture stuff. Who I am, who you are, what we are fighting for.
Он делает долгий глоток из своей фляги.
He is, and what they're fighting for. This is interesting.
Почему вы
We're
бастуете?
negotiating our share.
Долю?
Aye.
Дело не в жаловании, не в пенсиях. И на какого размера долю вы рассчитываете? О, хорошо. Экономика, это я понимаю, но поговорить я хотела о другом. Так дело не в
This
жаловании.
stuff, they already covered.
Разве вы не должны быть за это благодарны? Это куда больше того, что здесь есть у большинства. Ну, хоть какие-то привилегии у вас есть уже что-то. Но сколько волка не корми, он все равно смотрит в лес.
Never grateful. Were we ever grateful, we'd have nothing. You fight for every piece. All of it. However, right now we want all the harbor workers to be on the company's board, so they could take part in the decision-making process. No. I don't think I'm a communist. Seeing something of value and saying I want it all to myself is a much older and simpler notion. No science to it at all. Even a weak child can think it. The only things holding someone back are I can't and I shouldn't.
Нельзя брать чужое, факт. Что есть чужое, если они тоже взяли чужое. И так далее. Ну, все, что ты делаешь, отлично укладывается в принцип Всемирной Республики. Так почему просто не назвать себя коммунистом? Верно, брат? Нельзя брать чужое. Что там? Right on, brother. You shouldn't take what's not yours. Cool, I don't have anything to add to that. But the stuff you do aligns admirably well with the World Republic. Why not call yourself a communist?
I have nothing against communists. They are honorable boyaderos. And they have good analysis. But my own code serves me well. If my code starts failing, a code can fail a man as well as a man can fail a code, then I will have to submit to a new one, which may well be communism.
He knows who he is, firmly grounded, has no need to reinforce or elaborate his political identity to himself or others.
See, I am primarily a lazy person.
Он выглядит очень довольным, словно думает о какой-то одному ему известной шутке или загадке. Ваш главный, что ты про него скажешь?
I think it's best you make up your own mind now that you've met him. In my eyes, he is a capable organizer and a decent businessman.
Чем вообще занимается председатель профсоюза?
I guess you kind of get to be the village chief. He oversees the harbor, makes deals with the owners or other relevant parties, watches out for his own.
By that, you mean corruption?
By heavens, why would he not be corrupt? We live in a harsh and disordered world, see? And in this world, the old man is corrupt for our benefit, and we know it. Appreciate it even. He is, personally, not too lavish.
Ты прав, это настоящий аскет, надо было кавычки добавить сюда. Стол у него показался мне довольно роскошным.
He is reasonably lavish, sure. That's his prerogative. It's not like you want a saintly demeanor on a corrupt motherfucker. That would be a manipulative illusion. Besides, there are no non-corrupt systems in the world anyway, and moralism is the most corrupt of them all. Sure, I've had the necessary free time. Fortunately, there's always time.
The look in his brown eyes conjures up an understanding. For him, having command of his time is the most important thing.
При этом у него пионерский галстук и шапочка такая аккуратненькая. И он работает на Эврара, хотя тот вроде тоже коммунист, но он тоже чем-то прикрывается. Непонятно чем.
It all comes together now. The way he speaks about scabs, his general attitude. He's a follower of a 500-year-old Franco-Nigerian Boyadero code, itself an appropriation of Vespertine cool. that of a noble peasant or a traveling herdsman. True to yourself, independent in your actions, loyal to your friends. No.
А что если? Может быть, если только...
No.
No?
The man sits on the railing, his hands reaching far and wide. Yet it feels as if he could effortlessly go even wider, if need be, an endless torrent of time.
Hola, wandering man.
Right to work! Right to... We were promised work. Main gate's locked, and I don't mean the scrawny mess punk either. I mean head measurer. Or whatever, like civil...
It would be better.
No! They will give up eventually. Or honest men, we came here.
I have a quick...
You think they follow because I'm big? What's it to you? No. Don't think we've met.
The man has turned his attention elsewhere. He shakes his fist.
Так, ну тут ничего нового.
A lorry stuck in the traffic jam. The window, fumes of heavy fuel oil. The driver, a large man. The back,
Racist nationalist likely.
there he is. He was acting tough before. This probably scared him a bit.
Так, ну, видимо, это тот наш куритель спокойствия.
Is this...
You see several packaged raincoats fill a low shelf beneath a
$4
display of
бакса.
croissants. A colorful
Again, I'm obliged to inform you that both alcohol and cigarettes damage your health.
$3. Мне еще 10 где-то баксов нужно найти. То будет негде спать. Может, мне этот даст куряку.
The tear machines. Your bottles clunk into the...
Блин, всего лишь $1. Кошмар. Угу. Это для задания.
Hello, compatriote. It's not...
Change the topic. The way he says it makes it almost sound like a threat.
I'm not just... People who've studied these things say that you and me. So, lately, this concerns you, policeman.
Oh?
Good.
Lieutenant Kid... Oh no. Not too happy.
Oh, not much anymore. I'm here
У
to
меня
pick up
вроде
some cargo, but
логика.
the dock workers are on strike, so it's a sit and wait on your... The strike? Apples.
Ну-ка.
Yeah, apples.
He's given you the
Опять
runaround.
нет.
Let's be honest. You were bested.
Риторика, риторика, не логика, риторика. Как нам это поднять? Как нам поднять риторику?
Isn't it obvious? Hey, the summer. Just follow the smell. It smells like,
Yes, yes.
looks like, his tribal.
I wouldn't be so sure.
Guess so.
Так, ну тут мне пока нечего ловить.
Still here. Stuck in this damn jam, my man.
Концептуализация. Так, ну с тетей я поговорю потом.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out.
All right.
He's down playing the dashboard like a leopard waking from its. The lights unfold with a little
There you go. I'll turn them off from the remote once you're done. We just need to stand in front of the machine now. This is the...
motor carriage. Something bad with the motor carriage. A dark lump rises in the cabin. You see a set of steering levers. The white suede feels luxurious. A metallic drawer, the pull-out tool.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? It was...
Her voice.
Gottlieb, what is it now? Look, pal, getting pumped and dumped is not a You must have me
One needs tending. You hear someone whine in the background. My eye, Doc, my eye.
I didn't, but now I do. How's the drinking going? Great.
Fucking, I'm not dead. It just hurts.
What? You want me to do? You want the real?
So it's political.
Опять
You're being
неудача.
neglected because of political reasons.
Как поднять риторику? С этим у нас, конечно, проблемы.
And now I...
It's not fucking cryo act alive.
Anything else I can help you with, officer? This is... Sylvie? Yes. Oh, great. What else do you need, detective? Yes, I know who you are. You're a police officer. The law. You told me back... Oh.
Real policemen have uniforms too, by the way. Where's yours?
Так вот, я нашел свой плащик.
Yes, it feels like you haven't worn yours in a long, long time.
Yes, I know who you are. You're a police... Oh.
Real policemen have uniforms. He's in plain. There are officers who wear the signature Perseus black uniform.
Please, no. You were trying to impress some people.
Sounds like it's going to be bad. Do you really want to know?
You were waving it around in everyone's face.
Some poor sod was trying to eat his pudding while you were screaming. People tried to back away from you or even slip out of the door. But you screamed. I am the goddamned law, and you have to listen to me. You are all suspects in a murder investigation. There is silence on...
No, please, no more suicide threats. Thank God you don't have that... Me neither. No idea. It almost looked like you pawned it. But believe me, I did not ask. Uniform.
Somewhere in a dank... One of the men, goddamn. Officer Michelle Elfboy Williams speaks to himself. His partner, Sundar.
No, I don't know. It wasn't me. I haven't been out there since. I was terrified of the stench and the corpse. No, absolutely not.
Absolutely not.
You mean, why did I leave the bar? Let's just say I left. You know.
You think you hear it? Don't be paranoid. She's...
I really don't want to talk about this. Maybe, I don't know.
You hear...
Anything else I can help you with, officer? Just a...
10-4, come in, officer.
Wait. Before you say anything stupid, think it through. You're going to...
10-4, sir, I'm not hearing your question. 10-9, repeat message. I didn't get that, sir. What? He seems intoxicated and...
Mullen's drunk.
Wrap it up. Don't indulge in his drunken antics.
Ничего не появилось.
Understood, sir. Roger that. 10-10, over and out.
As you hold your ledger's clip under the headlamp, and
There she is. Revachol West.
around the borders of the watermark are dozens. The rectangular watermark is overlaid with the logo of the RCM. You catch a faint glimmer in the middle.
Ah, Martinez at night. Let me see. Right here.
Я наверняка видел места и похуже.
Oh yes. Coal City.
All of them worse than here. There are many of them, and they are the first row has 18 dots. Not bad for what? The next is the... There are so many. The last row, that's it.
Those are perforations. They represent your record as an officer of the RCM. They are your statistics, as it were. I should have guessed you'd keep a record. Officers often do. Let's take a look.
Son, here is where we score your life performance. You better hope it's good.
Да уж.
The first row represents your years of service. 18 years. Okay, not bad at all. What did you do before you volunteered? That's what it says. I might have guessed even longer based on your age. What did you do all those blissful years of your youth? Yes, that does seem quite... This next row, the one that wraps all the way around, is your number of closed cases. Wow, more than 200! It's quite a lot, even for someone who's been on the force for nearly 2 decades. Usually, clearing more than 10 cases a year puts you in the 90th percentile of all RCM officers.
Видишь, кем я говорил тебе? Я был копом-суперзвездой.
Call it what you want. You were a valuable member of your precinct. Now, let's look at the last row. Right. Those are your confirmed kills. You've got precisely 3 perforations there.
Если честно, я думала, эта цифра будет больше.
For an RCM officer, especially
За
precinct
18 лет,
41, which is
извините.
in the
Какая
Jammer
статистика?
quarter, it's rather
3 к 18.
tame. I mean that in a good way.
What's it feel like to kill a man, Mr. McCoy? A young woman asked the man across the desk from her.
Маккой? Может быть, нас Маккой зовут?
Honestly, babe, says John McCoy, crossing his ankles over the
А,
set
нет.
desk.
Нас зовут
I don't
Гарри.
feel anything anymore. It's just like brushing my teeth. I do it once or twice a week and don't really think about it.
There are certain officers who treat their kills like some kind of ghoulish game. If they do happen to solve a case, it's usually by accident. But it seems as though you are, or at least were, one of the good ones. So we have that to be thankful for.
He's sincerely glad you're not a scary predator. Not to say relieved you're competent.
Ким, тебе когда-нибудь приходилось убивать?
Yes.
It's not a problem for him to state it, however.
Как ты справляешься с напряжением?
Everyone has their own method of coping. Some more effective or self-destructive than others. Personally, I find it helps to keep up a few hobbies. Why not gardening? You've already got the gloves.
It's meant in earnest. Please don't mistake it for a jab.
Может плеснуть маленько, чтобы ребята помянуть, ну, погибших. Да, лейтенант.
If you want to pour out the booze you've been carrying around on duty, I'm certainly not going to stop you.
A dark pool of cheap wine appears at your feet. It shimmers in the lights
А
of the
вдруг мне
Kanema.
нужно будет кому-нибудь там отдать боевой дух, конечно, это хорошо.
Honorably done. You have given up some of your own blood for theirs.
Сумерки настигнут всех нас, но вас они настигли первыми.
Very noble of you. Are we done here?
Спасибо за помощь.
The lieutenant nods.
Ладно, идем.
Right. I'll go turn off the lights.
You can now see your statistics on your journal page, to the right of the task description.
У меня пока средненько. Коп зануда маленький. Жалкий коп. Но многовато. Коп-апокалипсис — это надо какие-то высокопарные речи толкать про конец света, видимо, и коп-суперзвезда. Зануда, может, это вопросы какие-нибудь или общие фразы? Хороший коп, плохой коп. И к чему это относится? К хорошему или к плохому? Непонятно. Так, у нас есть еще час, чтобы заняться чем-то полезным в плане расследования. Так, что там с мыслями? Еще тоже полчасика.
The dented yellow milk.
Визуальный анализ. Надо попробовать визуальный анализ. Может, сработает. Три дня. То есть у меня остался один день. А как мне риторику поднять? Так, где там журнал? Следующий день нужно, не знаю, сигареты, получается, купить.
A colorful display.
Again, I'm obliged to inform you that both alcohol and cigarettes damage. Here you go, mister.
Так, пробуем. Пробуем. Тут нет никаких минусов. Нет.
There it is. A brave little arm. You picked it.
Oh yes, Bratan! Please light up! You need a trooper between your lips right now! Calm your shit down! Go to Pleasureland! Become a genius!
Get a load. The lighter's dark green display. Reaper, it will help you concentrate a bit. That much is true.
Три. Это и было у меня, по идее, сейчас должно быть 4.
Thick Warm smoke gets sucked down into your lungs. Immediately, you feel a warm nostalgia fill your head, body, and soul. A nostalgia for yourself, the man you were in your youth, Johnny Thundercock.
In the bottom right corner of the screen.
Так. Час. У нас есть час, чтобы у нас все работало на 100-500%. Так. Вот сюда.
Hello, compatriot. You have something to discuss?
Что переводишь?
Not much anymore. The strike. Apples.
Яблоки.
Apples is exactly the kind of thing you'd say if you had something to hide.
Похоже, ты что-то скрываешь.
Look, as detective, I come from a long line of lorrymen. We got ancient rights. We're on the same side here, yeah? No need to bust my balls, huh? I'm here to pick up a load of apples. Just
Damn, you're not gonna get more out of him on this. He's put up the wall of racism.
Ты говорил что-то о правах и привилегиях шофера.
Oh yeah, they're a big deal. My great-grandfather was a cart. Someone with a cart. What did you think it was? That's how deep into history our thing reaches. Before... Sure fucking is. We have a guild and everything, huh? Very ancient. Very prestigious. Goddamn right. Trusting street thugs with their goods is going to fuck him right up the ass. Mark my words. Generations of practice. Drugs? They're shit, man. I don't let... You know where they know they can't beat us in a fair fight. So they have to get us to weaken ourselves somehow. Look, I'm gonna... What do you think?
There was a bunch of spilled boxes in the back of a big lorry nearby.
Yeah, I knew that. Since he left, I haven't had anyone to talk to. It's a fucking travesty, is what it is.
Не помогло.
Isn't it obvious? Is some... Just follow the smell.
Yes, yes.
Looks like he's trying...
I wouldn't be so...
Guess so. Oh, not much anymore. I'm here to pick up some cargo, but the dock workers... Apples.
Apples is exactly the kind of thing you'd say if you had something to hide.
Look, we're on the...
Damn, you're not gonna get more out of him on this. He's put up the wall of...
Капец. Ладно, побежали. Пока время есть. Час, главное. Сколько я на него потратила? 4 минуты. Ну ладно.
You see a set of tire tracks in the brown
О,
slush that covers...
72%. Так.
You see a set of tire tracks in the brown slush. The tire tracks were left here by an unknown event that took place some days ago. It's a message, written in the language of burnt rubber. Some of that rubber stuck to the tiles right in front of the whirling in rags. This is point A. The driver started there, and then accelerated straight into the fence, left a hole big enough for the Franco-Nigerian cavalry, according to the cafeteria manager. Why that pang of guilt again? The driver proceeded to back out of the yard, barely stopping before hitting the adjacent building.
Тачку, что ли, разбили свою? Полицейскую.
Before heading south. Must have been in a hurry.
You are correct. This is a rather motor carriage-friendly city.
Somehow that makes you feel scared.
I'm not sure. There are plenty of traffic accidents waiting to happen in Martinez. With the jam right here on the roundabout, I would keep them separate.
You could follow the track south. There seems to be a canal there.
Канал. В принципе, они нарисованы вот.
The dented yellow mailbox greets you with its graffiti.
Она выучилась уже, нет? Нет еще.
I like playing in the dark. Sharpens your nocturnal instincts. Feels like being on recon again.
Так, я потом.
Officer, the mere sight of police in Martinez makes me feel safer already.
Между ног у изображенной топлес девушки написано что-то там про диско. Не очень понятно, что за девушка. Она на флеере. Мужчина-то пропал с ножичком.
A crumpled billboard reading Samaran butter soaks in the canal.
Так, в этой игре нельзя быть ни в чем уверенными, поэтому сохраняемся.
A crumpled billboard reading Samaran. Judging by the size of the impact and the parallel lines of burnt rubber, the cause was probably a motor vehicle.
И наш, очевидно.
These look like the same tire tracks I saw earlier in front of the whirling. Side slip marks indicated that the vehicle was traveling up the crater at 35 kilometers an hour.
Ускорение.
The black marks on the roof indicate that the vehicle vaulted from the crater to the roof of the shack. The panel served as a takeoff ramp.
Rim — это трамплин, что ли? Take-off. А, ramp. Ramp.
The vehicle soared through the air, hitting the billboard and upsetting the posts. The sign broke the vehicle's fall into the canal. Still speeding, the vehicle made a loop and vanished into the fog along the coast.
Гипотетическая машина. Да понятно, что за машина была.
There are two good candidates, the Caprice 40 and the Linear G22. It's about the right size, and the tire marks look like they came from the skinny tires frequently found on that motor carriage. The Caprice 40 is a very popular model, with bank clerks, topping pie delivery drivers, secondary school teachers, cops, strippers dressed as cops, undressed strippers. Very sturdy but light motor carriage, more likely than most to survive that jump. The Linear G22 is not a particularly popular model due to its peculiar proportions, which the manufacturer's design team probably thought about for too long. You'd have to follow the tracks to be sure. The lieutenant looks on, waiting for you.
Ну, с анализом-то мы закончили. Толку-то.
The crumpled Samaran. The lieutenant.
Ну, я же нажала.
Any theories about what happened here?
Кто-то очень спешил, какое-то безрассудное нарушение ПДД. Какое невероятное безобразие. Хотел бы посмотреть на это лихача и пожать ему руку. Кто-то очень спешил.
What kind of car do you think it was?
Не знаю, вторая.
That's quite likely, from what I can tell. Oh.
Очень крутой, смелый, кто-то опасный. Вообще не важно, чтобы составить список, нужно больше улик. Да.
We are not traffic cops. Should we get back to the murder?
Это красная проверка. Придется заново все. Знаешь про Джейкоба Ирва. Мы должны привлечь этого водителя к ответственности. Попробовать сформулировать убедительное объяснение действий водителя. Но если что, загружусь.
Somewhere in the depths of your alcohol-addled soul, you find a few threads that you can weave into a story.
The tip-top tourney champion?
После того, как его дорогой друг и товарищ по гонкам Альфи Делетра, или Делетра, скорее всего, безвременно ушел из жизни в Фьордхаммере, Джейкоб Ирв отчаянно пытается найти свою смерть на гоночном треке, однако смерти постоянно удается ускользнуть от него.
The lieutenant patiently listens to the words coming from your mouth.
Разочаровавшись, он завязывает с гонками и становится отшельником, призрачным гонщиком, стремительно колесящим по улицам Ревашоля в поисках смерти. Видимо, из того журнала.
Jumping canals at night? If I was Jacob Irv, I wouldn't drive in Martinez. The roads are awful.
Может, я вот начиталась вот этого всего, накушалась всего и крыша. Поехала.
In conclusion, it's a colorful theory, but I don't believe Jacob Irv did this. Should we go?
Принять задание.
If we must.
I'm not expecting him to get far with this. The lieutenant.
Ладно, все равно пока не работает ничего.
A rusting control. This panel usually you pull the lever all the way up until the metal clicks against the contact pins. You hear it. Nothing happens. A spring bring. Wasn't there a sign?
Так, ну мы можем поговорить еще с сотрудником ломбарда. Немножечко.
A typical Martinez streetlight sits among assorted floor and table lamps.
It was. We are not here to invent. You have to admit it's rather clever what he's done with it.
The light pole has been carefully cut.
Yes, officer.
His manner is casual.
Так, он не любит фонарики. Убираем фонарик. Вот так вот делаем.
Hello, hello. Let me know if I can help you with anything. Traffic? I'm sorry, officer, but I don't drive. I just don't like it very much. Movement on the road never really gelled well with the movement of my thoughts.
И ты не слышала, как этот лихач проехал у тебя по крыше?
Now that I think about it, I do remember hearing a thunderous noise the other night.
That sure narrows down our list of suspects.
Джейкоба Ирва запросто можно принять за электрический вихрь.
Yeah, it was pretty wild. I didn't really know traffic. Now that I
that sure narrows down our list.
He shakes his head slowly.
Так.
Sure thing. Maybe. Shady-looking guys came in here yesterday, looking like they'd just taken off their Wild Pines overalls. They asked if I have a police weapon to sell. I told them I already sold it. They went their way. It was a trip, but you know. Also,
maybe Claire really is tracking down your gun.
Sure, man. Someone else.
What? Sold? This is a pawn shop, and it did feel as if you've met before. Oh God. The lieutenant shifts from one foot to another, alert. A needle in a haystack. There is
You were at, and I don't.
He's not telling you the whole story.
You weren't. You were very nice.
Very normal behavior. You must have been in.
No apologies necessary. Sure, man.
Интересно, почему она сработала? потому что я с Кицураги пришел.
Sure, let me have a look. Anything else you're thinking of selling?
Но этого всего не хватит. А винтовку я не хочу продавать. Мне тоже все равно не хватит.
Another time, perhaps. The Coldima Madakwa. Sorry, I would never have guessed that you were that interested in ultrasonic sounds. Or birds, for that matter. How interesting. Once knew a group of young musicians. This was before, you know. Lost touch with them after all of that. Cool or not, we thought we did. We got together all these recordings of unusual sound patterns. Unfortunately, I don't have any recordings from my old life. None at all. But
Do we really have time for this?
Да, ставь эту птичью песню.
this recording comes from down the coast. Keep in mind, I have to slow this one down enough to make sounds well over
As the hum grows louder, modulating but always unnaturally uncomfortably low, there's a growing sense of dread. The sound is coming from inside you, but also surrounding you. He nods to you, reassuringly, just as more diverse, higher seabirds most likely, gulls and such.
And skewers, but
That's it. The signal in the noise. The thin whisper. A low range of sounds is easier to handle with a focal point, but still troubling. You are mesmerized by the sounds, but also feel nausea welling up as the motif continues, then begins to recede, dissolving in what must be the sound of water lapping at the bank.
you know, now that I've listened to it on these new speakers, it's not the cold Imamadakwa. Wrong patterns, wrong photons. Probably some insect trying to sing higher than its predators can hear. Still, fascinating, aren't they? Early morning sounds.
Так, ну, какая-то новая информация. Не супер полезная для основного дела, но что-то. Тут ничего нет.
There's a pile of cheap sunglasses in a small box, a variety of shapes and colors.
You like sunglasses, officer? I've got the latest styles.
These are all boring. Boring third-rate ho-hum sunglasses.
These are all first-rate sunglasses. Premium design, superb materials, very cool, UV resistant. These will definitely keep your eyes safe and cool while doing your dangerous police work.
Abort.
Damn, officer!
They're perfect for... It's going to be very difficult for anyone to take you serious.
No, you are definitely not buying those.
Что там за очки-то?
No, I can't. We can't walk around with you looking like this.
Почему?
Okay, fine. Go ahead. If you want to look like a walking midlife crisis, then
электрохимия.
who am I to interfere?
Так, нужно концептуализацию как-то прокачать. А что там у меня? Сигаретками 25 минут.
Anti-Object Task Force. Behold, the Anti-Object Task Force has assembled. God's avenging angel. arrayed against the lower emanations of the darkened one. Shoe racks, tape recorders, motor carriages, and doors. So many doors. You're not just pounding it.
Так, хорошо. Нам это нравится. Что тут еще есть? Противопредметный.
Sounds like you're you idiot. You've made such a big show out of it too. You feel, what is this? You're not ready to die. It would be the honorable thing to do. It would really show them. Show her too.
Ну, я сохранилась, в принципе. Сейчас, если что, можно загрузиться.
Oh, yes.
Так. Сейчас сначала визуальный анализ. Где он там еще был нужен? А потом вот эти очки, да? Угу. Так, карта. Отпечатки подошв. Концептуализация. Створка грузового контейнера, риторика. Так, а что у меня там из одежды для концептуализации? Визуальный анализ. Чтобы вообще всех там разложила.
The tracks are as they have ever been. A bit more worn, perhaps. Fortunately, the street sweeper still hasn't noticed.
That's plausible. A similar reckless abandon seems to be in evidence.
There are several footprints in the mud, left by work boots. Anywhere from 6 to 12 pairs have walked.
Ее отпечатки рядом с Рисовашки. Кого ее-то? Машины? Или обуви?
Maybe more than 12. No. 8 pairs of boots have shuffled back and forth in the mud. 1. Standard work boot, steel reinforced toes, number 46. 2. Standard work boot, steel reinforced toes, number 44. 3. Hobnailed work boot, steel reinforced toes, number 44. Standard work boot, number 45 or 46. You don't know. It's a miracle you can tell the 5. Another standard work boot. 6. An aberration, light as air, even pace. Same make of boot, but number 41. Impossible to tell. Could also have been an adolescent. The gate is undeveloped. You're not bad. It's as if the whole world darkens. Everything else has a thin film. 7. The glowing outline of a standard work boot. Number 46. But the imprints are twice as deep as the others. The weight exceeds 200 kilograms. 8. And yet another standard work boot, number 44. There's an aberration in the pattern of the sole.
How many?
8.
I was pretty off then. I counted 20. I never got the hang of it. Hyperopia. Do you see anything out of the ordinary? A woman or a kid?
Невозможно сказать наверняка, это правда.
Understood. Anything else? 200? Could it be the combined weight of two people, one carrying the other who's tied up? Let's say a heavily built worker carrying a similarly built, soon-to-be-dead man.
He might be right. 200 kilograms of living weight is unlikely.
Вряд ли этот главный стал бы заниматься этим лично.
Possibly, yes. Interesting. Let's name it the odd soul. Someone operating a workbench with a pedal? Like a joiner at the harbor? Or maybe a drummer?
He regrets it the moment he says it.
No, it's not. Forget I said it. We are not. Perhaps it could be a driver. A driver would wear out their right shoe before the left. The accelerator is on the right.
He doesn't seem to hear you, looking south toward the traffic.
We should keep our eyes open around the traffic jam. See whether anyone strikes out as a potential suspect. Seems prudent, no? A week, maybe? 7 days would fit the time frame provided to us by the caller, who reported the hanging.
It is not impossible.
Так, а звонить могли только из профсоюза, получается. Из того кабинета, потому что телефон этот перерезали.
I pulled last week's forecast for coastal Revachol. 7 days below freezing. The day before, the day of his hanging, was the last warm day.
Correct again. Sub-zero temperatures would preserve the tracks in a good state. The commotion...
What do I think? A mob of people brought something heavy to the tree. One of them was carrying the victim. They shuffled around, especially under the tree. Then, after hoisting him up, they stood in a semicircle facing his direction. At first glance, this appears to be a lynching.
Indeed. They all stood in a row here and looked at the tree.
A woman or a kid? Okay. How do you know?
He knows it's hard to discern sex from a person's gait.
That's okay. Go on.
Ну, если что, потом еще раз посмотрим.
Anti-object task force. Sounds like you're the you idiot. You've made what is this? It would be the honorable thing to do. It would really show them. Show her too. Fine.
What do you see?
Так, а что там? У меня еще есть 12 минут. Авторитет внушения. Авторитет внушения. Возьмем вот так. И вот так. Так, надо бежать. Детишки никуда не денутся. Магазин закрывается в 9. Книжный.
Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here.
Надо, конечно, качать, качать.
The aging alcoholic is still there.
What is there to do? We could turn him on his side so he doesn't choke on his own vomit. But we could take... They don't do charity for...
Years. Mum, the pile of blankets.
What is there to do? We could take... They don't do...
Years. The pile of blankets.
Так, 1 минутка потратилась.
This door is made of metal. No one answers.
We should return in the evening. At 9 p.m. the earlier.
15 минут. Что мне делать 15 минут? Рубата.
A plaster cast, but honestly, he does kind of look like you after all.
Hold on a second. Is this why you broke in here? To find out whether you're Krasmazov? Except that Krasmazov is dead. He's been dead for 50 years now. Well, you both do seem to share an affinity for sideburns, but it seems like old Kras here didn't drink nearly as much as you. Doesn't he have a birthmark right here? What about you? Alright, but here's the big thing. Krasmazov looks Samaran, and you don't. Okay, why are you so hell-bent on proving that you're Krasmazov anyway? I think you have misunderstood who he was, but if you say so. He was deaf. There aren't many communists around.
Еще 9 минут.
Give me a moment. Ask away.
She mumbles some kind of...
Hello again, officers. Have you come to...
Can't you tell? I haven't really started it yet. I'm waiting for the... Have you ever... We rarely...
She wants it to be something true.
This place...
I thought I'd mix it up.
Yeah?
Let's be real.
You heard your partner, Piggy.
I don't condone the idea of using physical...
Ooh.
She does.
Yes. I keep... Does any...
If there's pain about any particular home...
It doesn't have... Shoot, Piggy. It's what you do, isn't it? I ain't no snit.
Actually...
We weren't put on this earth to make your life pleasant, fucko.
%% его там нет в этой квартире.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? On the contrary, officer. There are yet communers you have not talked to. And don't look so surprised. In a time like this, it would be strange if Wild Pines...
They must have someone in an overlook position, near the gates.
I suggest you go back and canvass for more suspects. You have?
Finally. Time to choose side.
Side? No. Как я могу выбрать, если я про них не знаю? Ничего. Мне не понравился, он прекрасный человек и справедливый, как ты это понял. Когда ты успел ему присягнуть?
Of course, detective.
The RCM does not pick sides in this. I hope it doesn't come off any other...
Of course. And I don't expect you to share anything he told you with me. I'm not a corrupt verm myself. How could I stop you? Are we not human?
Intellectually speaking, it would be quite interesting to hear what she has to say about these things. Tell her she'll like you for it.
Yes, your disgusting necktie agrees completely. Let's gossip.
Я бы предложил сменить тему. Ну, почему?
Oh.
The lieutenant looks at you, and he's able to contain the anger and surprise.
Unconventional police officers sometimes lose their guns. They then go around and tell people about this, to gauge their reaction.
Incredible. Simply incredible. And how is it going? Has this detecting produced a gun?
No. No.
Well, maybe he's not as helpful as you thought then. Is there anything else? Of course, detect. Until then, is there anything I can help you with?
О, 9 часов, прям ровненько. Потом. Тетенька, потом.
Yes?
Тут ничего. Hello. И единичка. И единичка. Блин. Визуальный. Господи. Визуальный. Логика. Вот у меня в руках сигаретка. Что, только один раз в день можно, что ли? Непонятно. Ладно, сохраняем. Hello.
Gendarmerie, you found me.
It feels like a Friday. He seems to be in a good mood tonight. And his shirt is still unbuttoned.
Beautiful.
Какой-то пугающий огонек.
So tell me, are you here to make things right again?
Такая у меня цель, да, если честно. Я просто стараюсь не особо напортачить. Не просто наладить, а вывести на сногсшибательный уровень, игнорировать вопрос. Я надеялась поговорить с потенциальным свидетелем с твоего балкона видно место преступления.
Beautiful. I have some good news for you. My Sunday friend is visiting me tonight. I told him about you and he'd like to say hello. Step in. He's already waiting.
Уже страшно. Сегодня же пятница. У меня пятница. Сегодня же пятница? Разве пятница? Сегодня же должен быть вторник. Зачем мне встречаться с твоим другом? Очень хорошо.
Yeah, it does feel like the end of the week. Such gentle weather. Trust me, you do. That's nice, but I don't have anything to tell you. It's my friend you're looking for, not me.
He takes another drag of his unfiltered cigarette and looks around. It's getting dark and the neighboring windows have lit. Downstairs, a cat crosses the yard, disappearing into the bush.
Besides, I've got to run.
Куда?
He's going to leave you alone again. That something tells you you're never going to talk to an individual this cool or mysterious ever again.
To the city. It's a beautiful night.
A man on high heels stumbles out of a basement club, music blasting over the entire district. It's chilly, and as the chemicals hit his nervous system, 1,000 shivers ripple through. Something flutters in the corner of the lieutenant's mouth as you're saying those words.
We'll talk. Just not tonight. Take care, alright?
И мы так и не выяснили, как его зовут, потому что нам не хватило логики. И, видимо, не сможем.
Different, of course.
Его рубашка. Почему его рубашка все время расстегнута? Он так хорошо умеет слушать, мне понравилось с ним разговаривать. В его манере говорить и двигаться есть что-то неуловимо загадочное. От него хорошо пахнет. И почему от него так хорошо пахнет? Господи, ты унюхал его.
His shirt. His shirt.
А что такое?
His shirt. No, I don't know why his shirt is always unbuttoned.
He's barely holding it together. It's all he can do to keep from bursting out in laughter.
Come on, detective, let's go. We've got a potential witness.
Ну, заходим, чё? Что ж там такое-то? Что можно только в 9 часов обследовать? Исследовать, обсмотреть. Кто это? На старых газетах стоят ведра с краской. Старые фотографии той же квартиры, датированной 1 годом. В воздухе витает аромат дорогого мужского парфюма. О, кимоно, дурама, электрохимия. Да, как бы интересно мы выглядели. О май. Да. Сюда. Воскресного друга. Так, ну... В среду. Интересно, закройте шлюз в среду. Это... Которые должны закончить... Чтобы попасть на побережье, нужно воспользоваться панелью и закрыть шлюз. Шлюз заблокирован в ожидании ремонта, который должны закончить к утру среды. А мы должны кого-то опросить. Мы не опросили только тетку, которая побывала в серости, получается. Тарелки отмокают в кастрюльке. Пепельница. Изысканная металлическая кровать с балдахином. И фапочка у меня есть. Логика внушения. То есть мы поднимем 2 логики. Этим добром. Тут есть логика и тут. Теперь у меня 4. Угу. Энциклопедию пока. Ну давайте пообщаемся с гражданином.
Officers of the Revachol Citizens Militia.
Одетый в повседневно-деловом стиле, мужчина расстегивает запонки.
You shouldn't be seeing him in an intimate setting. For some reason you feel this man is your superior. Superior, but he's not in the command chain. His hands are clean and well manicured. This is a man who knows the importance of appearances.
Так, ну у нас все прокачано более-менее.
My name is Charles Vildrouin, and I am an official with the coalition government. I work for the Institute of Price Stability on assignment from Sur-la-Clé. I heard you talking to my friend outside. Very good. Super. I am here to assist you in any way possible.
No, first ask an innocuous personal question to get the interview off on the right foot. Yes, make it clear you're the one setting the terms here. Yeah, let's fuck with him. Who does he think he is? Assisting you?
Халат, наверное. Интересно, вопросы прокачают эту одежду? Шляпку?
I got it from the head of the Samaran delegation on my trip to Lomantang. It's made from a special charcoal-colored bamboo. It's an emblem of the formal normalization of our diplomatic relations. That's really all I can tell you about it.
That didn't work at all. What was that? You were supposed to fuck with him, not compliment the decor.
Так какие вопросы
The
и такие
lieutenant takes
ответы?
out his notebook and nods to you to proceed.
The coalition is only looking out for the price stability. Inflation is a killer, like a heart disease blocking the normal circulation of the economy. It must be controlled. The economy impacts the entire international community, which is why it requires international oversight.
Хорошо, что вы делаете здесь, в этой квартире. Значит, вы какой-то бюрократ. Что за международное сообщество?
La communauté internationale is what Revacholians colloquially call the coalition. In other words, the nations that stopped the disaster of the revolution. It is the most important thing. It's the central goal of any sound monetary policy. Maintaining the price stability is essential to maintaining high levels of economic activity, which is essential for maintaining high levels of employment, which is essential for maintaining the social stability.
Basically, it makes sure the price of bread doesn't change.
Précisément. Too much inflation, bread becomes too expensive. Too much deflation, it becomes too cheap for bakers to produce. That's why the Institute of Price Stability works to keep inflation just below 2%. But not too far below, no. Too below is also bad. Below, but close to 2%. The coalition believes in the importance of informing the public about the benefits of the price stability. Transparency is one of our principles. Would you like an informational pamphlet? A sound monetary policy is essential for addressing uncertainty. Stability is the raison d'être of the moral intern. It's the reason why I identify as a moralist. But oh, I don't have my leaflets on me today. That's too bad. You can always call our information line. Making information available is part of the moral intern's commitment to transparency. It's the International Organization for Moralists, hence Moralist International. The Institute of Price Stability is just one of its many mind babies, as is the coalition.
Doing one's job doesn't automatically make one anyone's bitch. Besides, there are more nefarious powers to work for than the moral.
But of course.
But of course. Но почему?
Because moralists believe in a normal, stable world governed by democratic values.
Me?
You've managed to catch the lieutenant off guard, but only...
I'm a lieutenant of the RCM, dedicated to maintaining law and order in Revachol.
A very moralist answer.
The lieutenant is practiced in the art of putting on a show for one's superiors.
The Occident is part of the normal world. Oranje, Surlac... Martinez? No. Martinez is... something else. Revachol is generally difficult. It's led by an interim government, which means it hasn't yet achieved full democracy. But they are working towards it. You're all doing very well here, relatively speaking. Is this option D usually the most reasonable answer?
Да, потому что все остальные уже за гранью, словно все вокруг меня рехнулись. Чаще всего, да.
Sounds like you're a moralist indeed, my friend. Moralism is all about compromise and achieving the achievable. It's pragmatic, realistic, and level-headed, an ideology for doers. Are you a doer, my friend? It looks to me like you are. Now, enough of this delightful political interlude.
О, боже, сколько
Was there anything
вопросов.
else you wanted to ask? What's there to say? Sur-la-Clé is a modern, urbanized country that measures very high on the Human Development and Freedom Index. Mostly, though, it's known as the executive heart of EPIS. Moreover, it is a great sponsor of less emerged countries. Because a great percentage of Rivashol
Jamrock and other parts of the international zone have been mercifully spared of Sur-la-Clé's love for meatballs and mashed potatoes.
Oranje is an exemplary nation who, as a core member of EPIS, contributes 28%. As founding members, they are both very EPIS. Oranje carries a lot of political weight, while Sur-la-Clé takes care of the business side of things. Oranje's economy is one of the most advanced in the world. It has successfully About what? Oh, it's very urban and very well organized. Their streets are clean, their horse cars run on time, the people are polite and efficient. Yes, as I said before, I am a commissioner from Sur-la-Clé working for the Institute of Price Stability. Well, I'm renovating it. It is an interesting project. The building used to be a 12-story skyscraper before the cannons took the top 4 stories off. This, of course, happened when the coalition forces landed here. You could say I'm undoing some of the material damage the international community caused when we arrived here. Whatever you wish, officer. My friend. My friend is a good young man. His family immigrated here from Kedra, and life has not been easy for him. But he understands the importance of education. He has taken his future into... Kedra is a candidate member of APIS. But, between you and me, their potential membership is a more contentious, that it's never going to happen. They enter negotiations in 21, and EPIS is a very special program developed by the Moral Intern to support certain Occidental nations. It began as a It was such a wild success that we expanded it into an economic union for the processing. Why, it stands for progress and stability, like the Moral Intern as a whole. It's been such a wild, extraordinary success. A supranational political alliance. You mean Revachol? No, it's going to have transparent democracy. It's one day going to be a candidate member of EPIS, sure. No, candidate members do become members. Why do we even have the whole system in place if they don't? It just takes time. Time and evaluation. But we were talking about my friend here, not politics. Kedra is a candidate. That it's never going to happen. It's warm. Kedra's an emerging market, but it still has a long way. Kedra is a candidate. That it's never going to happen. EPIS is... It was such a suprana... You mean Revachol? It's one day going to... No. But we were talking about my friend. How did any of us become friends? Bad things happening on the Insulindian Peninsula? Oil platforms ablaze in the night? Civil wars lasting for years. Finally, the international community is forced to step in. Au contraire, it's how did any of us be? One of the wonders, debating. You should consider joining a debating society for adults. But now that I start thinking of it, it was for an improv class anyway. It's this funny theater thing, you know? Very creative. Sorry, who? But I told you, officer, he's a bright young man here to pursue his education. Education is the foundation of our future, especially the arts. It is a cornerstone of our civilization. Officer, you have to understand. I can't give you his personal information. I'm sure you have your own methods and databases, right? He's deeply enmeshed in the study of the fine arts, yes. He's a truly free spirit. He likes all the arts. Perhaps graphic design, printmaking, who knows? The world is open wide for a talented youth like him. I'm just enjoying the view.
Каким образом на улице темно? Разве вежливо со стороны вашего друга вот так оставлять вас в одиночестве? Любуйтесь видом, там на дереве труп болтается. Так, да.
A dead body we still...
Listen.
A baby is crying in the neighboring apartment.
No, listen. The Insulindian Bay. This place used to be a luxury accommodation before the revolution. Apartments, of course, were, but the million real views stay. My friend comes and goes. I'm sure you'll see him around. I'm just enjoying the view. Listen.
The baby is crying.
No, the insulin. My friend comes and goes. I'm all ears, officer. I'm sorry to say I did, officer.
Вильдруа. Что за господин? А, его зовут господин.
Easy, detective. No need to jump to conclusions.
Because I did it?
He's clearly not a man accustomed to being spoken to in that manner, let alone to being accused of murder.
Господи, что?
Officer, it's very difficult to describe what I saw that night.
What do you mean, like in a play?
It was just so strange. I could barely comprehend what was happening. I was on the balcony when it happened, getting some fresh air. I remember that first they came in, carrying what looked like a body. And then I saw all the surrounding windows go dead, one by one. That's when I understood. I should not be seeing this.
Sounds like the victim was unconscious, or at least incapacitated. Interesting.
I couldn't see their faces well, and there were quite a few of them. But they were very loud and very Martinez. Let's just say that the laboring classes can get rather expressive with their... I couldn't tell you exactly. Less than 10. Maybe 8?
The lieutenant sends you a sharp look at the mention of that number.
That's a giant you're describing. No, they were all quite human, as far as I could tell. Drummers? Why, no. But then...
I think we can drop the drummer angle. That was my bad.
I went back inside.
Yes, back inside. Keep yourself safe from the killing.
Were you able to see anything from inside?
Officer, the yard was pitch black. There was nothing to see, but I could still hear their voices. They were threatening to kill that poor man. All men, I presume. But again, I couldn't see very clearly. Those funny... Oh... officer, I believe they were mostly white, though I believe I saw 2 Areopagites among them. And I am quite certain that one spoke with a Mesk accent. Well, that's the strangest part, officer. Nothing happened. It was oddly quiet. Eventually, their shouts died down, and that was all. There were no gunshots, no celebratory shouts. You're right, of course. That is what one is supposed to do in such circumstances. I was simply... I'm afraid I don't have anything else to add.
About what time was all this happening?
All I can say is that it was late. My watch. Yes, now I remember. It was 30 minutes past midnight, give or take. No, I didn't see the corpse until the following day.
It seems this wasn't the break you were hoping for. I think we have everything we need. Thank you for talking.
Of course. Anything I can do to assist the RCM. A moment. Do you have everything you need from me? I'm afraid we won't have the chance to speak again once you leave. It's against diplomatic best practices for an official in my position to be discussing murders with local militiamen. And I'm pressed for time. Sure, go ahead.
Да я вроде все спросила, все, что могла. Так, смотрим. Шапочка, ничего не случилось ни в лучшую, ни в худшую сторону. Мне даже не прокачать ничего. И у меня не было ни одной ошибки в проверке.
Was there anything else? Of course.
Все, получается. Что за дверь вообще?
Give me a moment. Ask away, please.
She mumbles some.
Hello again, officer.
Ничего. Угу.
You're back. Good. What we do, the Pines, and that is the terminal. I'm not at liberty.
A billion?
Yes, a conglomerate the size.
She nods.
Trying to sneak up.
Угу. Четыре.
Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here. This must be it. The basement door is weather-worn. The copper nails holding the leather upholstery. In fact, it's oddly silent in the yard around you. You knock silent.
I guess no one is in. Let's be honest. This isn't what I joined the RCM for, but every day tells you something new about yourself. Apparently, working with the local union boss to get info on an investigation is not something I'm squeamish about. I mind that the local thug is using the RCM for his busy work. On the other hand, we could just leave and tell Evrard we opened the door. No one seems to be tailing us to see if we actually did it. Yes, presenting a fabrication is known to get results here and...
The door is right here. You can just open it, and besides, if you never open it, you're never gonna find out what's behind it. You try to be... Finally, the sound of the key turned... Well, buddy, you opened it. No need to go inside. Only curiosity could... As you hold it. A row of mugs sits on the shelf. Each one depicts a human, a little ring. Though the images betray a lack of... The owner of these mugs doesn't like people of other ethnicities very much.
То есть это его кружка была в помойке.
Of course, the lieutenant picks up one of the mugs. Then...
I'm beginning to feel better about breaking into this man's apartment.
A little ring. The images betray the owner of these mugs. This person, the lieutenant, picks up one.
I'm beginning to feel better about breaking into this man's apartment.
Yes, your broken mug friend would feel very much...
There's the missing tin soldier. Whoever... And now they've drawn the ire of the Union.
An interesting little clue. Let's see where this goes. Clue? Perhaps you should break into apartments more often.
Who knows? I'm not expecting too much from this clothes in the trash lead either way. It might turn out to be some random local matter.
Комната пахнет дезинфицирующим средством, химический уборщик. А сам уборщик где? Большой чемоданчик, набитый одеждой, кто-то приехал в гости.
This is the flag of Revachol, the suzerainty. This isn't just one sun, but there are little suns dancing around the big sun. This is the sevenfold sun miracle. It's an optical atmospheric anomaly the first settlers saw. Happens in cold weather. 6 small suns around the big one. This complex halo phenomena is how old Revachol. It is but one of the many strange optic atmospheric phenomenon of this wondrous archipelago. You're sure you once saw sundogs?
Mm-hmm. The tenant is an old-fashioned guy.
Консерватор.
The lieutenant does not bow to the flag. It is not my flag, he thinks. My flag is the signal blue of the zone of control.
Логика.
A row of mugs sits on the shelf. Each one
Так, ну я тут все, в принципе, посмотрела. Так, у меня концептуализация по максимуму.
Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here.
28. Мне нужна еще энциклопедия. Даже. Так, куда только зайти?
The spread pattern of these bullet holes make more old bullet holes, half a century at least, from the revolution. You peer into the...
This is bad mojo, man! Fucking horrible!
Your chest feels tight looking at them. It's closing in, caving in, ever tighter.
You okay there? Might be the after effects of your past escapades. What are you looking? Bullet holes generally look the same, so probably. But you're right. More old bullet holes from the revolution. Plenty.
Так, нет, подожди. Сейчас надо сохраниться.
The dented yellow mailbox.
По идее, должна похилиться.
There is a hollow ring as you kick the box. It sounds like it's mostly your toe has suffered damage. It hurts.
А в чем прикол? То есть, если бить предметы, мне не будет урона здоровью. То есть он минусует и, то есть плюсует и минусует.
Cool. You really showed that mail collection box. I don't.
He must see the box.
Вот с этим чувачком мы не говорили, видимо, он причастен. Пропал.
An old monument stands in the middle of the traffic light. Someone shot him in the heart. Interesting. The monuments. The woman, look.
Huh? What is it? What do you want? What do I need drugs for, Lowman? What I see, what I feel. The great adversary, not yes.
The pal sounds like the drug to me.
Then what?
This line of questioning is going nowhere. Try harder.
You're man, Lowman. What of it? Maybe. Probably not. Makes no difference to me either way. Just this month I made half a dozen. No.
Damn this. Make her answer.
Diamonds are good for you, Lowman. You should try them sometime. Make it easy.
That's correct. There is no visibility of any of the others.
I would never.
Ma'am.
Lay off her.
Where do you want me to go? Or I can just
I think we're done here, no?
Of course not. To truly understand, it's an old ballad about a... Don't be stupid. So the boy Adair strangles his beloved and throws. You have to understand.
What if to truly love a boyadero is to float lifeless downstream?
Yes, go.
A lorry stuck. The windows. Fumes of heavy.
The unpromising race pupil.
The payphone hangs. The tear machine stands in the corner. A sign says,
No. You need... Is this about the question? I don't really know anything. Uh-huh. A warehouse.
She scrunched.
Fine.
Так, у меня 3 риторики.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out as you tap on the...
No. That's enough fun with the foldable headlights.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist? It was...
Her voice...
Gottlieb, what is it now? What? You want the...
So it's political. You're being neglected.
And no...
It's not fucking...
Mm-hmm.
Anything else I can... 57? Oh.
In the cabin. The trash containers. The smell of rotten food rises to greet you. You see soggy cartons, dirty rags, and organic waste. You see a box full. Not much to see here. There's nothing more. The container sounds a muffled gong.
Fuck does Kuno care? The fuck about it? You're testing. Get lost! Yeah? The kingdom of Kuno? The fuck do you want with it? Yeah, whatever. Kuno doesn't give a shit. The fuck do you want with it? Good call, pig. Kuno doesn't...
What do you see? A woman or a kid? Okay.
He knows it's hard to discern sex from a person's gait.
Understood. Anything? 200.
He might be right. 200 kilograms of living weight is unlikely.
From here.
It's bad.
He appears to be wearing some kind of armored boots. I can't see any exotic prints here. Someone had to carry him. Are any of the other prints deep enough? Wind keeps changing. Are any of the prints deep enough? Which ones? That's a tree. I think we're close to... From here.
It's back.
He appears to be wearing some kind of... Which ones? I don't know. From here.
It's back.
He appears... Which ones? I think we have arrived at a conclusion here. I do. One of...
Даже не знаю, что нужно. Логика. Или визуальный анализ. Так, ладно. Просто сохранимся и будем пробовать, что нам нужно.
There he still is, looking right through you with his white eyes. The body below is entirely dedicated to that corpse smell. Emitting it is all it does now. The ammonia only. The second time, not so much. When the vomiting is done, your cheeks are wet with tears.
Get a hold of yourself.
The weight is...
I've seen strong men turn themselves inside out for hours. You are facing tough odds here. Alcohol withdrawal makes it considerably harder. Okay, you've said it. You need to get your shit together. No. You will get your shit together.
Тряпка, тряпка.
You're sure, for a moment, the hanged man appears.
Bitch fight, see? Bitch.
We should go in.
You've gained a thought. When this dialogue is over, go to your thought cabinet.
Да, но нужно, получается, поспать. А поспать я не могу.
There he still is, looking right through you with his white eyes. The body below is entirely dedicated. You crack open the ammonia ampoule and breathe in. The odor of death is still stronger.
They do after 7 days, yeah.
The man before you is naked, but for a pair of underpants and enameled boots. His skin is greenish, marbled with decaying veins. The material appears delicate and fragile. They feel alien. These are clearly not boots. They're armor, possibly part of a larger...
Indeed. Ceramic plate. Under the heel. Fair weather. Fair weather model T500 VE. I'm guessing that's vitreous enamel. Piece by piece. We should keep a lookout for these pieces.
If you wear those pieces, it will help me protect your mortal... Yes, bullets will fly.
No, I think he had something precious underneath the clothes. They had to remove the jeans and shirts we found to get to it. And this kind of armor, they...
Fucking talking about underpants.
Piece by piece, we should keep it.
If you wear those pieces, it will help.
No, I think he had something precious. A good point.
What was that? Was the lieutenant just impressed by... He was. Why else would he call it a very good point? Does this mean you're a very good detective?
It is. We've requested similar material for our tactical units for years now. For a full set, about 4 years of wages. As a wage, it's regrettably small. But for a piece of hardware, yes, that's for us to find out. My initial report on the area suggests just something I scraped together from my station.
He's not actually sure of that. He's just being tactful.
I agree. This equipment is way beyond what
a small bell. Suddenly your biceps coil up. Your elbow is sharp and cocked for a punch. Your fist connects to the boot with the same ding. The only difference is a barely audible click underneath. Sounds like the end of a long dice roll.
Did you hear that? A click? This is a kinetic redistributor. It spreads the incoming energy horizontally, from plate to plate. When the plates connect, there's a click. That's the sound you heard. See these lines?
Faint, organic lines cover the plates where they separate into smaller ones. These like the scales of some ancient white monster, cracked and pearly. This feels dangerous. Are you sure? The stench fills your nostrils.
Stop!
Pig's gonna pull his head off.
Brutal!
You're about to pull his head off.
Do it, homo!
Stop obsessing about your sexuality.
Indeed, from this angle, it does look like the neck isn't going to take much more.
What are you trying to achieve anyway? Why are you hanging on to that boot? Maybe we should concentrate on what's outside the boot and leave what's inside to the boys at process. There's no way you're getting them off.
You're sure there's a way to peel them off, but first the body needs to be down, and second, it would probably be better if the lieutenant wasn't around. The anticipation makes you crack your fingers. Feels nice.
Processing will take care of them. With the situation in the morgue, it will yield nothing. But we must pick our fights. Should we continue?
The cadaver slowly twists on the cargo belt. The hangman's knot is pulled tight by the weight of the corpse below. Yellow, hard-edged polyester cuts into his neck. Above, a sliding buckle ties the belt to the branch. Oh my, there's something on the belt. A familiar word that speaks to the thirst within you. Vermilion, in yellow letters, along the length of the twisting cargo belt. Only a deep longing.
Extremely. Industrial strength.
Like in a circus. When the circus leaves town and they tie a black-spotted giraffe to the wall of a carry pen.
No. More like in Harbor. Like the one just east of here. I get the sense they used whatever was on hand, without paying much attention to not incriminating themselves. It's not merely polyester. This makes getting him down much more problematic than I had. I'm still approaching this as a lynching, yes.
No. You feel like it was something else. But what?
Yes, it often is. I'm still a
No.
70% of the cases I get are just filling in the blanks. It's not merely this makes getting him down, but a noose is one of those. That ladder can't carry a grown man. I didn't see any splintering either, did you?
Could be. The shape of the branch supports the theory. The cadaver hangs from the cargo belt. An intricate web of blue lines stretches across the top. His corpse is marked by stars. Alcohol? Your fist clenches suddenly. Decay is creeping on the tattoo. Already
a map of the stars.
As if someone left out most of the night sky, filtering it through personal choice. The principle of this filter remains unknown to you. The thought dissipates, and you feel...
So am I.
He wears a wide leather belt around his waist. He takes a thin piece of milled aluminium from his coat pocket and pulls it open. Sounds like...
A Trigger Sunshine. Mini.
Shit, Kuno! What the...
An instant color camera.
This is the first time he openly acknowledges...
I have only 2 ampoules, so nobody move. I don't want to waste one.
A sound, a shrill flash, followed by the breaking of a small ampoule of glass.
In case we need it. Yes, it is pretty cool, isn't it? It contains insight to the victim's person. By his build, I'd say this was a man of physical violence. The story he wanted his body to tell was important to him. It is his letter, to us. Someone should decipher it. We'll need to show it around. Sure, just don't lose it.
The glassy-eyed corpse looks by, his mouth mute and his skin as colorful as an intricate web of blue. His eyes, these eyes used to be blue. Dark brown hair grows on his head. His face is ready to explode from the organic processes inside. The death's head grin has passed. What remains is an unrecognizable mess. Underneath the curdled meat there is an expression, not carried on his features, but below, inside, an expression of
good. Why? Why do you think so? Okay.
I am less skeptic about this hunch, he thinks, than I was of the supernatural premonitions that overtook you at the trash container. He then covers his nose.
I'm gone. Into the world. In the past. Way out in the west. I'm a joke. Look at me. There is nothing funny about jokes. A killer. A motherfucker. And a killer.
Takes one to know one.
Go ahead, Cobbo. What do you mean? It's the power of your imagine.
Yeah, man! Don't be crazy! Inanimate objects and dead people can't really talk to you. Your wild imagination is doing this. Ask some more of those questions you love so much.
He loves those. Because you're a copperoonie. Look at all of them go. Do you want more questions?
Да, давай мне гомерически смешное количество вопросов.
Coming right up. Copperoonie, Rooney.
А что это вообще значит?
This is getting upbeat now. Fuck no. You're no Rooney. No, you're not a Harry either. You're a motherfucker. Because you have loved it me in Provocopo. It was love. Sure, Lobo. Looking at my face, motionless. Looking into my eyes. Standing here. Why are you investigating my murder?
Something is on its way. Something hidden.
Do I remind you of someone? No, not quite. You sure I got out of that one? Coppellini. Maybe I was getting my rocks off. It's a mishmash, Coppabolo. You think I'm Messinian? Well, I'm not from Messina, am I? My hair is too light. You think I am. You think I was a racist because do I look like an erotic auto-asphyxiation type to you, Captain Coppadromo? I feel maybe I was getting my do I look like Captain Coppadromo? Come back later, Coppo. Amuse yourself with my frank man. Of course. Come back later, Coppo. Amuse.
As you narrow your eye, this is a trick. You've done it before. Pink is where the blood settled in the first hours post-mortem. You can use it to see if the corpse has been tampered with. Does his position at the time of death match the discoloration?
А чё смешного-то?
Only the lower extremities are pink with a dash of blue. His fatted hands, thighs, and his neck, just above the noose. The rest of the corpse appears dark green in the cold.
I see it. His neck too. The lividity goes right up his chin. We have good, well-pronounced discoloration here.
The monster comes back into focus, an explosion of color, coursing with dark marbled veins. His stomach appears pregnant with something. Black.
So, what do you think?
Я думаю, он труп. Гениально.
I agree.
There are crows.
Totally dead. He is.
Думаю, после смерти он пребывал в вертикальном положении, кожа на руках, ногах и шее потерял цвет. Ну да, все стекло вниз.
Agreed. Especially on the neck. The belt acted like a tourniquet, keeping the blood in his head. The hypostasis supports a hanging.
Могли его перемещать после.
There's always a chance. We should check for ligament marks on his neck to see if they're in tune with the belt. We'll have to get him down first. Agreed. Especially on the neck. Yes, there's always a chance we are... Agreed. Everything here seems to corroborate that assumption. But we should still get him down before assigning a probable cause of death. I do. Most of them are post-mortem. Maybe even all of them.
Post-mortem?
The delinquents have made our jobs harder with their little sport.
Stop talking in riddles, coin slot.
Не подслушивай, малыш.
It means you fucked him up good, Kuno. Fucked him up brutal like.
The pool of blood and feces has eaten into the frozen mud below the man's feet. Purge liquid is dripping.
The victim appears to have contained no more than half a kilogram of digestion at the time of death.
The fuck are you saying?
Не кушал он. Мало у него всяких осталось переработанных жидкостей и прочего.
Talking about shit.
Maybe. I do.
Stop.
It means you fucked him up good, Kuno. Fuck.
The pool of...
The victim...
The fuck?
Talking about shit.
Did we? I don't...
But there is no breath to catch. Only...
Так, надо сохраниться. То сейчас начнется. Бог знает, что... Так. Ну, вроде все смотрели. Сейчас.
The man before you.
Are you sure we finished the preliminary examination of the cadaver? We might miss some of these things once it's done.
The cadaver slowly twists on the cargo belt. His torso.
The steel-reinforced belt presents a unique challenge. I brought chain cutters, but I don't see a good angle of approach to the belt. The cadaver is a good 1.2 meters up. Neither one of us can reach the belt without assistance. And even if we do, there's the question of cutting it. I was really hoping...
Confirmed. It's unsafe. But what other options? The corpse twists on the belt, like chicken on a skewer.
Someone else? You mean like the police? Someone already... I know it's hard, but I assure you, climb up there, there has to be a less risky way, with less falling down of trees. We are not getting...
How do you plan to get him down then? With social sensibility? Are you going to educate him down?
Yeah!
How?
Where the buckle ties the rope to the branch. That's a good spot to aim.
Пряжку удерживает ремень. Интересно, если мы его снимем, ботинки уже нельзя будет, получается, забрать.
Where? Ah, yes, I see. If the shot hits that, there might be a chance to release the belt.
Yeah, now we're talking. And they'll miss the pigs.
The lieutenant is undecided. On one hand, he wants to shoot some gun. On the other, it's an awfully stupid idea.
Погоди, да, я сам попробую. А там, наверное, нужна будет эквилибристика. Но я хотя бы сохранилась. Или координация. Ну ладно.
The lieutenant's brow is furrowed. He appears too deep in concentration to even notice what you said.
I'll blow his head up.
Take it! Yeah, take the shot.
Silence. And produces a lightweight firearm.
No.
He drops a paper cartridge in the barrel, separates the scouring stick, and gives the cartridge 5 tucks. He then steps back and assumes the fellow's stance position, taking aim. The corner of his eye twitches. His finger is on the trigger.
Молчать. Прекрасный наряд.
He's gonna fucking miss!
The kid's voice is drowned in a shrill blast that
Нет,
echoes off
не
the walls
получилось.
of the surrounding tenements. A cloud of smoke slowly parts in the air as...
God damn it.
He feels bad about it. About his eyes mostly. Just having bad eyesight.
Fucking idiot! Kuno could have hit it easy, but then Kuno's not fucking handicapped, is he?
No, we are lucky as it is. Any more mistakes could put us in an unfortunate position with the locals.
Kuno's sorry too.
The lieutenant doesn't say a word. Just...
I have to say, it's beginning to look unlikely we can get him down without assistance. It's bad as it is. Go ahead.
They only have one gun.
Ой,
This is
всё.
the sorry.
Yeah, take it, you fucking banana boyka. Take it and shoot yourself in the mouth.
The cold piece of bakelite and gunmetal is surprisingly light. Your fingers fit right through the guard, instinctively resting on the trigger.
Шансы стремятся к нулю.
The fuck are you waiting for, Kuno?
Kuno is silent. The buckle comes into focus in your sights. You stand with your feet planted firmly in the ground and your left hand supporting your gun arm.
Why don't you just shoot yourself
Координация.
in the
Все
mouth?
понятно.
At least you won't miss.
Координация. У меня даже нет ничего на координацию. Даже если я качну на 3. Сначала закрыть левый глаз, надо сказать заткнись. Ну давайте, левый
Your
глаз.
field of view narrows, the slow movement of the branch in the wind, and your shoulder as you wait. Your breathing slow.
Look, he's crying.
О, 42!
Cry now,
Но придется
fucking
все заново
faggoty.
делать. Заткнись.
What? You gonna fuck me? You wanna fuck me, pig? Is that what this is about?
Нет.
A plume of smoke erupts from the barrel. Your hand goes numb from the explosion. With your ears still ringing, you lower the weapon to see what happened.
Сложность 12.
You missed the belt, but hit.
Oh my god, he's gonna fucking cry. I knew it. What a mulko.
Are you? Because it sort of feels like you are. Please don't cry.
Зареветь. Зареветь? Интересно.
It feels dry. Nothing comes out of you as you stretch and bend your face into a crying. The lieutenant.
You malota. The can't even cry.
The lieutenant gently picks his gun from your hand and holsters it.
We still need to get him down. The bad way. The way I didn't want us to. By asking the harbor for help. They have the tools and the men. If they put him up there, they can take him down too. To ask the clearly we can.
Suck my dick, bitches.
Hooray for us.
Что у меня есть на координацию? Видимо, ничего.
Now that you've acquired some stimulants, it's time for a little pick-me-up. Time to detect. This is so...
You've
Но у меня все равно ничего нет. Будем
The
пробовать.
man before you.
Are you sure we finished the preliminary examination?
The cadaver slowly...
The steel reinforced belt presents a unique challenge. I brought chain cutters, but I don't see a good angle of approach to the belt. The cadaver is a good 1.2 meters up. Neither one of us can reach the belt without assistance. And even if we do, there's the question of cutting it. Climb up there. There has to be a less. We are not.
How do you plan to get him down then? With socials?
I was really.
Confirmed. It's unsafe. But what other options? The corpse twists.
Someone else? You mean like the police? Sadly, yeah. I know it's hard, but I assure you, the others won't come to help us. And we have a growing sanitary
Yeah!
How? Where the buckle ties the rope to the branch. That's a good spot to aim.
Where?
Yeah! No, me!
The lieutenant is undecided. On one hand, he wants to shoot some gun. On the other, it's an awfully stupid idea. Silence. And produces a lightweight firearm. He drops a paper cartridge in the barrel, separates the scouring stick, and gives the cartridge 5 tucks. He then steps back and assumes the fellow's desk position, taking aim. The corner of his eye twitches. His finger is on the trigger.
He's gonna fucking...
The kid's voice is drowned in a shrill blast that echoes.
God damn it.
He feels bad about it.
Kuno could have hit it easy, but then Kuno's not fucking handy.
No, any more mistakes.
Kuno's...
The lieutenant doesn't.
I have to say, it's beginning to look unlikely we can get him down with... It's bad as... Go ahead.
This is the sub...
Yeah, take it, you fucking banana.
The cold...
The fucking...
Kuno is silent. The buckle comes in.
Why don't you just shoot yourself in your mouth? At least you won't miss. Do it! Set me free!
You feel as though...
Don't.
Do it!
Четырнадцать.
Intense shit, copper.
Could waved his gun! It wasn't intense, it was pathetic!
You'll feel as slow as you were.
Look, he's... Oh, what? You gonna fuck me? You wanna fuck me, pig? Is that what this is about?
Могло получиться.
A plume of...
Так, сейчас прокачаемся. Попробуем, по крайней мере.
Yes?
The man before you is...
Are you sure we finished?
The cadaver...
The steel reinforced belt presents a unique challenge. I brought chain cutters, but I don't see a good angle.
Да что ты прокачал-то, боже. Надо уже спать.
The man before you is naked.
Are you sure we've...
The cadaver slowly twists on the cog.
The steel reinforced belt presents a unique challenge. I brought chain cutters, but I don't see a good angle of approach to the belt. The cadaver is a good 1.2 meters up. Neither... Someone else? Sadly, I know it's hard, but I climb up there. There has to be a less risky way. We are not...
How do you plan to get him down then? Which...
I was really...
Confirmed, but what other options?
Yeah!
How?
With the buckle ties...
Where?
Yeah!
Tell me!
The lieutenant is undecided. On one hand, he wants to shoot some gun. On the other, it's an awfully stupid idea. The lieutenant's brow is furrowed.
I'll blow his...
Take it! Yeah!
Silence, and produces a lightweight firearm. He drops a paper cartridge in the barrel, separates the scouring stick, and gives the cartridge 5 tucks. He then steps back and assumes the fellow's desk position, taking aim. The corner of his eye twitches. His finger is on the trigger.
He's gonna fucking miss!
The kid's voice is drowned in a shrill blast that echoes off.
God damn it.
He feels bad about it.
Fucking...
Kuno could have hit it easy, but then Kuno's not fucking handicapped, is he? Kuno's...
The lieutenant...
No, any more mistakes could put... I have to say, it's beginning to look... it's bad. Go ahead.
This is the sorriest pair of pigs.
Yeah, take it, you fucking banana!
The cold...
The fuck are you waiting for, Kuno?
Kuno is... The buckle comes into...
Why don't you just shoot yourself in your mouth? At least you won't miss.
Your field is slow as you wait.
Look, he's crying. You gonna cry now, fucking faggoty? Or what? You gonna fuck me? You wanna fuck me, pig? Is that what this is about?
Так.
A plume of smoke. The man before you is naked.
Are you sure we finished?
The cadaver slowly...
The steel reinforced belt presents... The cadaver is a good 1.2 meters up. Neither one of us can reach the belt without it. Someone else? Sadly, I know it's hard, but climb up there. There has to be a less risky way. We are not...
How do you plan to get him down then?
I was really
Confirmed, but what other options? The corpse... The man before you.
Yes, we do.
Yeah!
How?
With the buckle ties the ropes.
Where?
Yeah!
Don't miss!
The lieutenant is undecided. On one hand, he wants to shoot some gun. On the other, the lieutenant's brow...
I'll blow...
Take it!
Yeah!
Silence, and produces a lightweight firearm. He drops a paper cartridge in the barrel, separates the scouring stick, and gives the cartridge 5 tucks. He then steps back and assumes the fellow's desk position, taking aim. The corner of his eye twitches. His finger is on the...
He's gonna fuck...
The kid's voice is drowned in a shrill blast that echoes.
God damn it.
He feels bad.
Fuck you! Kuno could have hit it Kuno.
The lieutenant.
No, any more mistake. I have to say, it's beginning to look... it's bad. Go ahead.
This is the
Yeah, take it, you fucking banana.
The cold.
The fuck are you?
Kuno is... The buckle.
Why don't you just shoot yourself?
Your field is slow as you wait. Your...
Look, he's crying. You... Or what? You gonna fuck me? You wanna fuck me, pig? Is that what this is about?
The buckle explodes into tiny pieces, coming loose with a whir. With your hand numb from the recoil, you look at the body slump down, looking straight at you, helpless, trapped within its
communism.
It takes a millisecond for the association to flash within your cortex. You have no idea where it's coming from, only that it's right. Then the rigor in his muscles gives up, and he smashes sideways into the spring mud, letting out a horrid stench.
Ace is high.
The ace is high, a custom invented by the aerostatic brigades during the revolution, is used to celebrate success in Revachol, especially in sports. The gesture is spread across the world despite the defeat of the revolutionaries themselves. The lieutenant takes a little hop to perform the customary salutation. Your palm hurts from the slap. It's precise and down to the point.
I knew these guys were f***ed.
Officer, let's keep our attention. We will perform a field autopsy and determine the cause of death. But before... Excuse me.
Slumped on the ground like that has not improved the way the corpse smells. The fall seems to have released...
It looks like I feel like taking a break from the stench. I'm sorry to interrupt the jubilations here. Just a little breather before we do the autopsy. Yes, the 4 phases of... I'm satisfied with that part. The trash container, the prints, we've been thorough enough. 2. Initial examination of the victim. We were pretty good in our efforts, and the autopsy will... 3. Field autopsy. This will not be pleasant or easy, and it will have to be performed on the scene.
The fuck are they on a...
Cops are gonna cut his shit up.
4 and final, transport of the coroner's case to the district morgue. I'll do that. God, this stinks. No, you and I are detectives. The honorary rank of detective signifies our ability to handle the entire incident chain. From crime scene to autopsy to cleanup, we do it all. An honor and a burden.
He is growing truly tired of it. It's not me.
With shooting like that? Of course you are. Your station would not have assigned you to this case otherwise. I would suggest we interview Evrar and Joyce, the leader of the Union and the Wild Pines rep, but we've already done that, so it's up to you, Detective. Take us where we need to be.
He trusts you have plenty of things in the task chain.
Die before I squeal, pig.
Fuck does Kuno care? The fuck about it? Fuck you.
He says you're stupid, Kuno. They want to make you stupid again.
Oh, did Kuno make your shits?
You hear the...
Kuno doesn't give a shit about the armor. Kuno's fuck. Look at him. Kuno do.
Oh, come on. He's just pretending that he doesn't care because he's too small for the armor.
Kuno tried to get the helmet on. It was too... Kuno kicked that shit in the sea. Rugby style. Yeah? You wanna fuck on someone about that? Yeah, cocky.
Yes, you met him at the gates.
Yeah? He's the one you wanna talk to.
Yes, this troubadour has it. You can feel it.
Your test.
Get lost.
The fuck about it? Your test.
Get lost.
Yeah? The kingdom of Kuno. The fuck do you... Yeah, whatever. Kuno doesn't give a shit. Kuno doesn't